then roll call.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, shall we do a roll call? Appears everyone's here, but so Carol? Joe?
Yes.
Sriram?
Yes.
Me? And vacancy. So I guess I'm acting chair. So, and my Congress council member is here. So, okay. And
Chief is on the phone, by the way.
okay. So, Steve, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening, everybody.
Great. Sergeant Conker's here, and Director Robert Ovadia is also here. So, first on the agenda is for public comments. Do we have any comments?
These are limited things on the agenda or not on the agenda?
These are
Public
not
comments
on the agenda.
For items not on the agenda.
Good evening. My name is Chris Teppen. I live at 36 Fairview Avenue, and I'm here along with some of my neighbors to talk about the traffic on Fairview. We've got a real serious problem, primarily in the morning, but also in the evening, but I'll talk about the morning first. Between about 7 and 8 o'clock, we have a very substantial number of vehicles coming down our street from Atherton Avenue. Most of them are young children, or young meaning teenagers, going to either probably Sacred Heart or Menlo, and they seem to feel that a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit is not anywhere in their purview. They turn left on Camino al Lago and continue to speed. I walk my dog every morning, or my wife, in the mornings between 7 and 7:30, quarter to 8, and we see these people going by. We try and wave them to slow down. They either ignore us, flip us off, speed up, whatever. We've talked to the police in the past about trying to get some traffic enforcement out there. Nothing's really happened, but it's gotten to be a real serious problem, and we just don't want anybody to get hurt. And we certainly don't like having speeding. In the evening, we have another problem, which I know some of you maybe addressed.
In what direction?
They're coming from Atherton Avenue, heading, I guess it's sort of south on Fairview to Camino al Lago.
Okay.
In the afternoon, they come back 3:30. Not as many, because probably a lot of them have after-school sports or something like that. But later in the afternoon, we have another problem, which is between about 4 and 6, and that's traffic that's coming off of Alameda de las Pulgas, traveling north. They get backed up because of the stop sign at Atherton Avenue. They take a one-block cut at Las Lomitas, come over to our street and speed down our street so they can avoid the traffic, go back onto Atherton Avenue and turn right. So we've brought this up in the past. Nothing's really been done. My neighbors will talk as well about the same issues, I assume, but it's real concern for us. Thank you.
I'm Jim Nicholas, 63 Fairview. Excuse me, been a resident there for about 43 years. And I've been through this exercise before when Kathleen, not McKibben, McKeithen was mayor. And we went through this exercise and absolutely nothing transpired. I have taken upon myself to go out there many nights, anytime between 4 to 6:30 at night, and I'm either yelling if they're going so fast or I'm making some kind of motion to slow down. To no avail. Every once in a while someone will say, oh, sorry, wasn't checking my speed. But I've got to tell you, I've got a 11-year-old and a 6-year-old that live on our property, and they don't want to walk outside because of the cars, first of all, when they put out the garbage and such, but mostly they're afraid I'm going to stop someone and get really upset, and I have been in the past. So we're not here to say this really isn't happening. It's really happening. And it's what I find very interesting. A lot of the afternoon, after school traffic, a lot of them are the moms with their kids in the car. And they're so oblivious to the whole thing, and I understand it. They got their little kids in there, they're talking about the day and such. And a lot of times, I will be out there and, slow down. And, well, anyway, I won't go through some of the reaction I get. But the nighttime, as Chris mentioned, Alameda backs up. I can tell by my ears how fast they're going, is how fast their tires are going. And nobody is going under 30 miles an hour, and a lot more, and many times in the night. So it's a big hazard. We've been here before. I've been here before, and nothing gets done. And I think we need some speed bumps on that street. I think we need the less number we need is probably 4 up to 6, and hopefully that will take care of some of the problem. To have a police car out there, they really don't have any place to hide, or they see them right away, so they just hit their brakes. So that doesn't seem to be an answer. I've talked to a lot of the police officers that used to go into the plantation and now over to Starbucks, and had conversations with them about it, and they said the only way you're going to get anything changed is by being here. So hopefully you hear us this time, because we've been through this, and it is very dangerous, especially when you try to pull out. For me to pull out, I'm in a flag lot. I'm at the end of the driveway, and I have to put the windows down so I can hear the tires, because there's a tree there and I can't see it very well. And I think I'm fine. All of a sudden, boom, someone's right there. So it's just dangerous. They're just going too fast. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Sharon Schaefer. I live at 20 Fairview, Atherton, and I've been there 47 years. And the traffic, I usually walk between 4 and 6. I try to do it earlier because there's not so much traffic. But you have to walk single file if there's 2 of you. And if you had a dog, you'd really have to keep him in. And there was someone on our street that did have their dog. They had 2 dogs, and one dog got hit. And it's just very dangerous. And one day I was going 25 miles an hour down the street on purpose. I always do that. And I turned into my driveway. I have a flag lot, and I pulled up to get my mail. And fortunately, I was up far enough because someone took their cup of coffee with cream and sugar in it and tried to throw it on me. But I was back far enough that they missed me. So, I mean, they're not just doing 25 and 30. They're doing 40 and sometimes 45 and 50. And it's very dangerous. We've had several policemen out there in the fall, and they catch them for a while, but then they get onto that, and they can't spend all their time doing that. So it's a real problem. So I hope you do something.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Epperly. I also live at 20 Fairview, and I'm going to keep mine real brief. One of the things that I have noticed on our street particularly is because it's narrow. And so the traffic, when they're speeding down our street at 40, 50 miles an hour, mostly between 4 and 6 in the evening is the worst time. If you don't get out of the way, you've got a darn good chance of getting hit. And it's really hazardous. So we've talked to neighbors, and we've talked it over, and I think at a minimum, we request and please help us here at speed bumps. Because I think it would be a big help if we could just slow the traffic down. Because you can't block the street off because it's a street, and traffic has to go down that street. But at least let's get the speed down. Let's cut it down so that it's reasonably safe to walk on that street, because right now it's not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Jensen. I also live on Fairview, 84 Fairview Avenue. Wanted to first thank the chief. Thanks, Chief, for all you do for this. And I just wanted to help come and support Sharon and the rest of the neighbors on Fairview. I've been on that property for 25 years, a little more than that. And it's been stark to notice the difference in the speed limits even in the past five years. The commuting has gotten way worse. I don't notice it in the mornings as much, but on my way home and when we're going on our evening walks, it's not just the pedestrians I'm worried about, It's just the fact that our street is not being taken care of, right? So I sometimes get tempted to do what Barney did and block it off and then have everyone go to Linda Vista instead. I kid, but I just feel that it's not right and something should be done, speed bumps or something, and also just seeing kids who, I'm growing up on that street, being able to ride around on my flag lot, but not all those kids on Fairview have that opportunity, so they ride around on the street naturally. There's no lanes, there's not anything, so we should just be able to live on a street where it's quiet and not have it be used as a thoroughfare. I'm beating a dead horse, but I wanted to get my point across there. Thank you.
Cheryl Teppin, also 36 Fairview. I did call Sacred Heart Schools and talk to Brian Bell, who put me in touch with Spencer Hall, and I believe Sergeant Kopler, he has also called him. They're aware of the problem now, and between the hours in the morning, particularly, as my husband had mentioned. And we have not called, or I have not called Menlo School. But as they're coming around from Alameda to Atherton and then turning onto Fairview, they're not even slowing down. Sometimes I've been driving, they just take a wide turn. I was almost wiped out one day driving, trying to turn onto Atherton Avenue myself, as well as when they're coming from Camino Al Lago onto Fairview in the afternoons. Again, there's relatively no stop, or if they're at Fairview turning onto Camino Al Lago, again, they'll just sort of keep going. And it's dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Diane Jensen. I live at 84 Fairview too. And I want to just say, as soon as I was turning into my drive, I was slowing down to turn into my driveway. And when the car behind me saw that I was slowing down, he started to pass me on the left. So as soon as I saw him before I turned in, but that's how anxious everyone is. And also on the Alameda, I've noticed people will use that left turn lane to speed and pass. Like, you know, it's so dangerous out there. So I hope you can use, I don't know what the traffic light will do, if that will add more problems or if it will make it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Yogesh Amle here. I think a similar problem but different location. I live in Watkins, and let me narrate to you an incident that happened this weekend. So we've got two young kids, go to Encinal, so we'll talk about the Encinal topic as well. But we were walking to the park, the Holbrook Park, and what I've realized is between El Camino and Middlefield, or El Camino and the railway tracks, the lines on Watkins Avenue are completely gone. So either folks don't realize that there's a speed limit, there's I think one speed bump, but the cars are coming so fast that our two kids, we were on a bicycle going to the park, and it was almost like, they could have hit the kids. That's one. Secondly, there was a car that was pulling out of the driveway, and the car that was coming in the opposite direction, I thought was almost going to hit the car. So I think this zone on Watkins, between El Camino and the railway tracks, or El Camino and Middlefield, I think it's getting really busy traffic-wise. I think all know that for folks who want to turn to 101 at Watkins, you've got to wait like almost 10 minutes in the morning to take that left to get onto Marsh Road and take that 101. So I don't know what the long-term solution on this one is. I feel that a lot of this traffic that's coming on Watkins is coming through these ride-sharing apps. So I've heard of other cities, other towns, at least taking a decision around avoiding sharing our rides like Waze or like Uber to avoid taking these inside streets. So if there is a way that we can block these ride-sharing apps to take these locations or take these streets, I think it will solve the issue for Fairview. I don't know if that's the reason, but I think it'll definitely solve the issue on Watkins. So I just want to flag that it's an accident-prone zone. I've not seen anything happen there, but Watkins, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an accident that happens here pretty soon because of the traffic that's just out of control, and people have no, they don't even look at the 25 speed limit and just go straight down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? So just one comment for me. Cut-through traffic is the worst, is the primary complaint we get, and it is mainly a result of congestion along the larger roads that are called collectors and arterials, which are largely due to congestion at the intersections. And the intersection of Alameda and Atherton Avenue has been something that I personally have been trying to improve to reduce that traffic delay for about 8 or 9 years now. So, and which is what caused me to come on this committee. So, I definitely agree that what you're talking about is a problem. I think the main solution is to eliminate the backup, which eliminates the motivation to go down those roads. So we'll be discussing that later on when we talk about the draft study that was done of the Alameda de los Pueblos corridor.
If I couldn't, I know we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to enjoin. We're not supposed to respond directly to comments during this period of time because of the Brown Act under state law. So, but I can make general comments. You should be aware that there's a neighborhood traffic management plan that you can link to on our website, which allows neighbors to get together to make recommendations for things like speed humps. It's actually never been done in Atherton yet, but just be aware that process was put in place to address the situation where neighbors felt like the city wasn't being responsive. They thought they had they wanted to recommend a solution. So that is there. And also, if you have time today, we are addressing, I believe, with the exception specifically of Fairview, but things that would affect all the traffic issues you raised are being addressed either through our Alameda de los Pueblos study we're talking about tonight, or through the broader transportation element to our general plan conversation which we're having tonight, which specifically does address Watkins Avenue and Middlefield Road.
I don't want to diminish what you're going through in Fairview, but it's unfortunate the entire town is experiencing this. The traffic has gotten to be so heavy around us that we've hit this point of maximum saturation, and so everyone is looking for ways to get off these streets to carry people, and so they shoot through these streets, and you guys unfortunately are the first street off Alameda, so people shoot down that one. I'm saying I live in Glenwood, and it's just a speed road down that street, and so I think he's right, we can't address that specific issue. There's a place to go to actually request, with a neighbor request to look at what could be done about your street specifically. I think it's a good progress here. You can step around and see where we're looking at the overall plan to look at what the recommendation is to improve the flow. We all know, I mean, it's obvious when you go look at Atherton Ave and Alameda that it's just nothing flows through there, and everyone gets frustrated and angry and then they speed off, and people do stupid things speeding down streets like yours. So we hope to try to address that. Is it going to solve the problem completely? No, but we hope to take a good step forward.
You should also be aware that studies of speed humps have found that it causes speeding in between them, and people generally go faster in between speed humps than they did on their average speed in the absence of speed humps. So it's a mixed bag. Next up is approval of minutes. Does everyone receive them? Anyone have any comments on them? Okay. Motion pass. Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, great. So, new business. We need to select a committee chair. I'm Gary. Okay.
Yeah, I'll second Gary.
Okay. I guess I'll abstain from voting. So what do you? So you guys should vote.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks,
I forgot to campaign for that.
Does that mean all the money spent campaigning? Do we now need to have a vice chair?
Yeah.
So are we able to elect the vice chair at this meeting? Do we do it? Okay. So that's probably the next step, I guess.
Would anyone like to volunteer to be vice chair?
Not with my travel schedule, but it's been a Travel schedule.
Welcome.
We should vote.
Yeah, we should vote.
I nominate Sharon.
I second.
All in favor?
All in favor? Okay, great. Welcome. Okay, so next up is the Encino School signage request. So who's going to be?
See if the chief's going to start.
Okay, so Steve, hopefully we can hear you.
Yes, I can see this up. So there should be some representatives in the audience from Encino Parents State Cross School. They submitted a letter of concern with suggested improvements. Myself, Martha Vidia, and Dr. Clipper, we met with Principal Burns from Encino School, and we met with the school district director of operations to review those. They, as a follow-up to that meeting, they submitted a letter in support of the parent group, and I believe all the committee members should have received a copy of that letter with the suggested improvements. And with that, if someone is present there, I'll turn it over to a member of the group to speak to the committee.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Manuel Pazarribas. I'm here with my colleagues. We're representing a group of parents of Encino School that are concerned about the safety of the routes to the school, to and from the school. So Encino School is an elementary school, so it's the students are quite young, 5 to 10 years old, and the streets. I mean, the safety of the street is insufficient for them to walk safely or bike safely to school. Especially, I mean, we've heard also some of the neighbors complaining about these speeding cars. We have the same problem at Encino. There are many cars trying to cut through from Middlefield towards El Camino or vice versa. We even have a crossing guard. And even, I mean, those cars don't even slow down sometimes when he even waves his stop sign and blows his whistle. So we need some more measures to improve the safety of the children crossing and of the crossing guard also. This is one of the things. Other things, we don't have sidewalks also. And the third problem is there's some cars also cutting through the bike lane. So we wanted to propose the placement of bollards along the bike lane on the places at least where it's prohibited to park at any time. And this should at least enhance the security, the safety of the people biking to school and of the children walking on that bike lane, because they're forced to walk on the bike lane due to the lack of sidewalks.
Can I just
Sure.
Yeah, so I think if the topic has come up through the...
It might be good to use the microphone.
Yeah, just to interject, I think the topic has come up quite, in the past, and I know that I'm privy to some of the conversations and some of the work that I think has been done to help with this. But similar to some of the other cut-through issues, Encino has lights on either side, so it's a very popular place to go to get from Middlefield to Encino Ave, and so particularly when there's backup in the morning. People are mad. They seem mad. They'll turn off of Middlefield to get to Encino, and they just fly because they just were sitting in traffic for half an hour to get 2 blocks. And then our school traffic locks up people in either direction. And so the area that Manuel was mentioning is the area that people who are coming into our carpool lane, where the parents they block up Encino in one direction, and people who don't seem to know that happens at that time of day every day are upset, and so they don't want to sit there for as long. I timed it recently. It took like 15 minutes to get to get from the end of the line to the front of the line, which doesn't seem like the end of the world, but it's 15 minutes to get an area that you think is going to take you 1 minute or less to get through. So anyway, so people start making U-turns. They just U-turn out of the lane, or they come around they go and drive in the bike lane, which might not be the end of the world. It's illegal, but it might not be the end of the world, except that there are kids who are trying to they have to be on the road since there are no sidewalks, and so then parents don't feel like it's safe, and so there are more parents in the car, there are more cars, that we block it up more because our kids aren't walking, and that's part of the problem. But the problem is that we're blocking up as parents in cars. When we're in cars, we're blocking that up. I know you guys are familiar with the problems. I remember reading a little bit about some of the stuff that you guys have done in the past.
Do you know if there have been any close calls between cars and bikers in the bike lane?
Close calls on a daily basis.
Yeah, every day.
He might be able to speak to this too.
And I think the incident that I was alluding to when I talked was, my kids go to Ensenada too, and we were walking to the Holbrook Park, which is on the way to Ensenada. So, we were going to go biking at Ensenada, and then we have to pass through Holbrook. So the incident that I explained was almost a close shave related to that.
Yeah, but I understand specifically in the area where bollards are being considered or recommended, and cars are trying to go around that. And have there been any close calls as a result of that? I mean, is it the case that, for example, do the kids ride with traffic, or do they sometimes go against traffic?
So he can probably speak to this because he sees it when he's the closest to it.
Just use the microphone.
Bikes are going with cars.
So that is, I didn't know how many copies I made, so that is an observation of what I observed during the day.
I'm sorry, sir, could you give us your name and just how you observe these things? You live there, you work at school, what's your connection?
Okay. My name is Thurman Logan, and I'm the crossing guard for, all right?
So you do have some expertise.
So I get to see it all. I get to observe it all. I'm there from 7:30 to 8:30, and this is every day. And my observation, as you can see on there, is based upon what I do see. And what we have is cars, as she said, get very impatient, which I can understand. And as a result, they begin to use the back lane, and also they cross over. And this is in the morning traffic that are coming from the west headed east tend to do that. And these are people who are not dropping off kids. So they get impatient, they cross over. And also, I've also noticed that in the afternoon, traffic there's a little bit more, and it becomes even more impatient in the afternoon. And so cars tend to cross. And yeah, accidents, I don't know what to say, it's been so close. I mean, it's a miracle, because when people cross over and headed east, there have been so many incidents that have come very close to an accident, and I have observed perhaps on a daily basis this happening. I would say perhaps 10 to 15 incidents, right? And
those are actual accidents.
Sir?
Actual collisions or close calls?
Like that.
Yeah.
He's been almost hit like very close.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Several times.
In the crossing lot, I'm blowing a whistle, and I have kids that either going to cross over or are already in the crossing lane, crosswalk with me. And I've had cars it's a miracle. I say maybe today, I would say maybe about 3 times that I almost got hit with a child in the crossing walk, and I'm blowing my horn. And when I notice cars coming, to give you an idea, they have plenty of time to stop because they can hear the whistle. I know that they must have a lot of things on their mind. That's why I'm blowing the whistle, okay? And even with that, sometimes they don't stop. I have to grab the child, okay? Depending upon which way they're coming, and we, get out of the way. I'm very concerned about that because it seems to be increasing and not decreasing, okay? It's something that I don't know exactly what should be done. We have laid out some design for what I think about the crosswalk. I like for people to stop at least about 10 feet. So I know that they're stopping. This way, where we are right now, I have no idea if they're going to stop or not. Okay. And so, like I said, when they are blocking the crosswalk, and that's another problem, they're blocking it. I can't see because some of the cars are very tall, high, and the kids are very small. And I can't see a lot of times around the cars if it is blocking the crosswalk. I mean, they will stop in the crosswalk. Okay? So, I think that's a very serious problem. I think that's something that should be really looked into. And I think the sooner the better before something happens, okay? And I couldn't tell you how important that is. And I'm a very serious crossing guard, okay? And I really would like to see the kids grow up. And at this rate, we're gonna miss a few, okay? And thank you for letting me give you my observation of it. And as I said, there's a probably better observation of what I wrote down there, and I hope that you can pass around to some of the other members.
And thank you for your service as crossing guard, which is a question.
I have a question about your crossing over. They're going into the bike lane. Are they also crossing over the double yellow there?
Single yellow.
They're doing both.
They're doing both.
It depends. It depends upon. Some get so impatient, they will cross the double line. Okay? And then going around and the bicycle lane.
Yeah.
It's equally as dangerous because you got kids sometimes coming and going, and when they cross over like that, it's very dangerous. I don't know how many times I have to go. When they are blocking the lane, I go up to them and tell them, "You can't block this. I can't see," you know. And sometimes they're pretty patient with me, but then they will say to me, "Well, you don't look like you have a badge on." And I said, "You know, if you got your license, you will see that I have a right to tell you not to block this lane." Okay? So
Thank you.
it is very dangerous. Yes.
If I could just run 1 second, I just want to make a comment. I'm just so impressed, sir, that you're here. Just let you know, I'm just very impressed, and congratulations and thank you for your dedication to the job. It's not often that a crossing guard comes and talks to us, you know, in the middle of a Tuesday night. So thank you for making the time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
As a parent, I appreciate you've helped my daughter many times cross that crosswalk. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a couple questions. Just
can I just interject something? To finish answering your question, sometimes they even do U-turns, not just go.
That's what I saw when I
Yeah,
went that way. I
U-turns.
saw that 3 times on that one time.
I thought when I read it before, I'm trying to find it now, you had suggested moving the crosswalk to Felton. There was a comment, I thought it was about moving it.
That
was in the traffic.
No, well, if I can answer that, following receipt of the letter, the Steve, myself, the chief, myself, Sergeant Kokler, we met with the school, and one of the suggestions that the school offered up was to look at potentially moving what's now a mid-block crossing to the corner of Felton, which would potentially be a safer location for the children to cross, and afford the crossing guard an opportunity to manage children crossing in 2 directions. And on the side where the school is, there's more of a sidewalk that's available for the children. And so then they wouldn't have to walk in the bike lane on the opposite side of the street to get to that mid-block crosswalk where Thurman currently manages the pedestrians.
Robert or Sergeant Coker, my memory is that we've gone to the school with suggestions for the school to make changes to increase the safety for residents and students, and that has not been well received, or at least has not been favorably received by the school. And if you guys have a moment to chat about that, because it'd be great if we could figure out a way to partner.
So the eastbound cars, or the cars going towards Middlefield, they're the ones that are creating a big problem in the afternoon, because they go out and they want to make the left-hand turn to the parking lot. Well, some of these cars will show up 5, 10, 15 minutes before school gets out, and they want to make the left-hand turn, but they can't make the turn because there's cars that are making a right-hand turn into the school. So the left turning cars can't make the left turn because they're being blocked by the right turning cars, so they sit there and wait. So it causes a backup, and the vehicles that are eastbound on Encinal start to go around the park or the stop cars in the bike lane. In the past, this has been discussed at transportation committee meetings about making a left-hand turn pocket there, but it was examined and determined that there's not enough room on the roadway to expand anything. So we really can't make a dedicated left turn pocket. We also came up with a suggestion of making no left turn into the parking lot, and with signs and all, and the school was not receptive of a no left turn into the parking lot. So the school was going to try to do staggered pickups. They were going to try to organize carpools. They were going to try to hold some of the kids back a little later in the afternoon until traffic died down. Those kids that could stay back a little while longer, let the traffic die down, and then the other parents come pick them up. They've also put more people out in the pickup lanes to kind of try to keep people moving along a little bit faster. But with all of that considered, we still have a lot of people driving to the school to pick their kids up, and a lot of people wanting to make that left-hand turn. And the way that that parking lot is designed, the parking lot is completely plugged up by cars making the right-hand turn before any of the left-hand cars can get in there. And that's the problem. And it doesn't start clearing out until the queue starts to move again, and then the left-hand turn cars can start getting in.
Did my proposal to change the circulation a little bit to address that?
No, so we've also given them recommendations as far as opening up the other parking lot, the parking lot on the west side of the school, to make that a pickup drop-off zone. We've made recommendations to make one way in, one way out in the morning, one way in, one way out in the afternoon, and the school has not been receptive to any of those ideas.
It's further exacerbated by, because of people's complaints about parking, you know, almost all the areas near the school, they've made no parking of any kind. And so no one, so parents are forced to drive and pick up their kids who would be willing to park 2 blocks away and walk, but there's no parking.
Another question, the other parking lot that you suggested be a drop-off pickup point, is that the one with access off of Middlefield, or with access off of Encinal?
The one off of Middlefield. No, I'm sorry, the one off of Encinal on the west side there by the district office.
Because the other one is even bigger.
The staff one, the staff one.
Yes, that parking lot's bigger.
And I can't speak to, I'm not, you know, there are no representatives from the school here, but as a parent, certainly they have implemented the later pickup for people who can do it. We get emails all the time about how you should not be there earlier than 10 minutes or 5 minutes before, not everybody does that. But actually the school and the poor teachers who are out there trying to manage it, they have a bunch of teachers out there and they're trying to get people to move. They're yelling at parents to move along. The school itself is working really hard to try. I don't know about I'm not privy to all of the conversations and what they've said yes or no to, but as a parent watching it, I can tell that the school is trying really hard. I can't speak for all the parents behaving.
And they even have volunteers to keep the traffic.
Yes.
So the kids will come in, quickly say there are volunteers who actually do regular traffic. So a couple of suggestions are being implemented.
They even started recently, this school year, a new staggered pickup time at 3:20 or 3:20, and they want to even increase the amount of kids that can get picked up at 3. After 3 by next year, I believe.
So I sit in this car now. I didn't used to. My kids used to take the bus home, but they can't anymore. So I'm in that carpool, this exact situation every 3 or 4 days a week, and I'm coming from Middlefield. So the one that's the right turn in, not the one that everybody is. And that is so long that when it's at its very longest, like if the people from the left turn lane were in the right turn lane, we start to go out onto Middlefield. And then you're blocking up the other, I've been in a situation where I was actually accidentally blocking up the crossing way that way. And so I just wanted to say that, because that's so long. The other thing that I see coming from that direction, so I'm facing the line, I'm sitting there facing the line of cars that's also coming this way. And I watch the cars go around on the bike lane, and what I see is that there are almost traffic collisions, and not even the bike and pedestrian, but the cars that are coming out of the Encinal parking lot turning left don't see the cars that are going around very quickly. And so I usually see like 2 or 3 close calls of just a fender bender that way of cars. Just as a little bit of additional.
I'm not clear. Are you clear on what exactly are we providing input on today, or what do we?
So I think this is all.
I'm sorry, man. Just if we could formally from the committee standpoint, what's the committee doing today?
Well, the first item is obviously hearing the concerns of the parents. And you can direct, you can ask staff to take a look at some potential solutions. Just to let you know, like I said, we've already met with the school. We can have further conversations with them. And we can provide a little bit of feedback on some of the recommendations that they've provided, or the parents have provided. One, we talked to the school about the potential relocation of that crosswalk, which will move kids away from that middle area where these cars are trying to do all those movements. One of the corners belongs to the town, our neighbor, Menlo Park. We did send an email to them trying to see whether or not they would be receptive to that relocation.
Relocation of what?
The crosswalk, the mid-block crossing currently in front of the school, moving that to the corner where, say, a little bit further away from all that traffic and a little easier for, hopefully, the crossing guard to see the kids on the other side of the street crossing.
I actually don't understand why. I mean, where the cars are like turning left and everything is further away from the crosswalk. It's closer to Middlefield, where the crosswalk is. Right now, the crosswalk is not near that area, and now we're going to move it back to where there's another intersection that people are turning left and across to. So I don't understand why that makes it safer.
If there were a stop sign to be placed there to make it a two-way stop, that to me seems the way to go. The crosswalk is going to be moved. Stop sign. There's a stop sign now on Felton, but a stop sign on Encinal there too. Not only to slow the cars down, but to make it add to the, like, cars will have to stop there. They're not going to run up to the crosswalk and maybe not stop. They're going to stop because there's a stop sign and a crossing guard.
I think what this is, Sean, for me, and it's sort of the committee to consider, but it'd be nice to figure out a path to get a specific proposal together that we could look at and say, yes, a stop sign, or no, not a stop, whatever.
There were specific suggestions in this.
Well, but I don't think they're really stamped to the city. We forgot where the city, the town, rather, to address it.
So I think that's.
Do you have to recommend to staff to look at it and come up with?
Well, that's what my question is, what staff's looking for, and I think that's.
Yeah, we're looking for some direction. There's certain things that staff can do at the direction of the committee. Other things may have to be elevated to the council. But if there are particular suggestions that have either been made by the parents or in the letter from the Menlo Park City School District that you have in front of you, then having that direction from you as to which solutions we should spend time investigating would be appreciated.
At the end of this would be the best time to do that. We're still sort of in discussion phase. Did you have something else to add?
Well, listening to what you guys are saying makes a lot of sense. But you know what I have noticed? That you see, when the cars are trying to go into the parking lot, they either want to go around the car. So is there any way to maybe, to do at some point a second lane where it is really, congestion. And what about the crossing wall? I gotta first get respect there. It's like some people don't seem to care at all, okay? So now, at what point, like say, if you move it up, would that actually make a difference? To a certain extent, I think. And then again, we back to how we get the cars that want to go straight to be unimpeached. That's what I'm observing. You know, if they could just keep going, we wouldn't have the problem. Okay. So it's a thought.
And so, Sergeant Cochler, is there no provision in the vehicle code, or that's a question for both of you, that would allow for a temporary narrowing of the lanes based on the striping on the road to allow for a dedicated left turn lane and other cars to pass through?
I don't think there's enough room on the road to do that.
Yeah, given the fact that we have bike lanes on the two sides of the street.
If the bike lane became a dotted line, such that it was legal for a car to ride over that?
I think that's something we would have to look at. I think we'd have to take some measurements and see what could be done with that, if that could be done safely.
And so what you're doing is taking a bike lane, turning it into a shared use lane as you're crossing the school. And so you're getting away from having that dedicated bike lane.
Ultimately, we have scarce resources called roads, and they share among all users. And to expect anyone trying to get where they're going to be stuck on that street and then to be forbidden to do a U-turn. I mean, doing a U-turn is less safe than to carefully go around the line of cars. The issue is whether they go around carefully, I think.
So to Gary's point, the shared bike lane for that time would be fairly successful if you move the crosswalk, make it safer.
So no one's going into the lane near the crosswalk.
Yeah.
So that would help that.
And I think that we need to observe where the kids are walking, because since there aren't sidewalks, there aren't proper sidewalks on the Menlo Park side, on the other side either. So kids, when we talk about the bike lane, that's where the kids are walking to school also on either side. And I've been surprised, but just we'd have to. I mean, I suggest that you guys look at also where and how the kids are actually walking.
So I'm going to say that it'll dovetail into one of the other traffic studies that has a recommendation with regards to streets in front of schools and the provision of walkways in certain areas. And so that's a topic in one of the traffic studies for you to consider.
So one suggestion that I had, which could solve the issue on Watkins and maybe solve the issue on Ensenada, is to actually make it a one-way. So I don't know if that's a provision in the town or an ability to make the streets, internal streets, one way. Because if you do that, then you're going to be directing traffic one way, either this way or that way. I think that potentially will solve a lot of the issues with respect to collisions.
So my observation is it'd be hard for us to design a solution here now, and then I think we'd be a better use of our time to talk about a process. And I think it's clear that from the town's perspective, school safety is a high priority. So, you know, we can figure out a path forward for us, this committee and the council and staff and the school to figure out a plan, because we can't just do it this haphazard.
So I think this would be a good place to just throw out a bunch of suggestions, some for you guys to consider, some for you guys to bring back to the school. So one suggestion I have is to have somebody out there directing traffic, forcing the cars to alternate such that the cars that are heading in a northeast direction on Encinal towards Middlefield, so they can alternate getting into the driveway with the cars that are turning right, going the other direction.
They're doing that right now. It's a zipper. It's actually very polite because we're all going to the same school. So we do one and one, but it just takes one car waiting for the, you know, this way is all backed up, and it just takes one car waiting to go left in to have the whole backup. But we zipper. We're actually very polite. It's one of the only places it's a very polite zipper.
I'm curious to know who at the school have you guys been talking to, because we've not privy to any of these conversations. You know, we're just agitating on our own. So.
Okay. Well, the first recommendation is for you to have conversations at the school with the principal, and I think we had
the principal, vice principal, and the chief business and operations officer.
So I know they're aware of what we're doing. I'm on the PTO board, so I bring this up with the board and Spurs every time we have a meeting. And I know Manuel sent these documents to Mr. Burmeister and Sharon and Jen, so they're all aware of it. But as far as like this meeting that happened, was it last week? I mean, none of us knew about this. I know you me about it. The
Yeah,
police was here.
the chief of police
Yeah.
came out.
So I feel like
and,
there, if we could know who we're supposed to be, I mean, I thought I talked to Ms. Burns about it, but I don't know anything else.
We absolutely should. You should also notice for context, there's 9 schools in Atherton, and there is an enormous difference between dealing with public schools and dealing with private schools in terms of the town's ability to deal with traffic issues. And that there's a whole bureaucracy that goes beyond the local school to deal with this stuff. And so it just to let you know, it's much more complicated dealing with the public schools. It's been a real challenge for the town.
But to answer your question, last week we met with Ms. Burns and the Chief Business Officer, Ahmad.
So Mike, in terms of process, they should provide solutions to the school, or can they provide solutions to staff as well?
Well, Scott, I'd like to see us direct the staff to actually reach out to the right people at the school and somehow figure out with the PTO or whatever, come up with a plan so that we can have an intelligent conversation about specific proposals where we can say, yeah, this is a good idea, this isn't, that everybody's already bought into. That'd be my recommendation. How do the right people are, who would be the right, what would be the right direction to accomplish that, to get this process going?
Well, I'm going to say that the staff has already tried working with the school on a few potential solutions that they were not really receptive of, as Sergeant Kokler had mentioned. We are certainly open to meeting both with the parents as well as with the school, both separately and jointly, to have a frank conversation about some of the potential solutions. And we're happy to do that and come back to you next time with kind of what those conversations were and where they led. Our desire is, the parents' desire is a safe area for the students, the parents, and to keep traffic moving as well as best as we can, given the constraints that we have in the right-of-way. But we can certainly do that.
I think it's important that the parents involved, some representative of the parents involved in this process, so that people know where the communications is flowing.
Okay, and so if the parents can pick a couple of representatives so that we can coordinate with,
I would almost say it may be a better idea, rather than meeting with parents in one meeting and administration in another, that a couple of representatives and the school administration and the police department and public works, street department, we all meet together so everybody's on the same page, so that you guys know what the school wants, the school knows what you guys want, and then we don't have to share information back and forth. Everybody's on the same page from minute one, and that may make things go smoother and maybe go a little quicker, and this way you guys have more ideas that you can get out on the table and discuss the pros and cons of them all at one time.
Sounds good. I'd like to say just one thing before I go sit down. Whatever you decide to do, please, that crosswalk is very important. Okay, I think it's the center of the discussion that we're talking about here, because if they can't cross, you don't have anything. And right now, I can't even begin to express to you, it's a very dangerous place to be, and I'm out there. So whatever you do, I hope you keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One other question or suggestion. When my kids went to a different school in Atherton, as a parent, there was very little ability to know where the other parents were for the purpose of determining how to carpool. So I obtained from my school, our kids' school, the address list, and I fed it into a database which geocoded it and I created a website for them. So that all that was sent to all the parents, you could just click on it to see who lives near you. Does anything like that exist for you guys?
We have a directory that's where we can all see of the people who should decide to share their information. For the purposes of understanding what all of our issues are in the traffic flow, I've actually done something similar, but privately, because we haven't ever done. I've made a little map of where everybody is.
Well,
but we haven't. We don't have something like that right now.
It's a privacy issue, from what I understand. The email addresses are not available. those numbers are not.
Chief and I think
unless people opt in,
we have to
you can create an opt-in type of facility. But doing that, I think, is really useful because people don't have committed to memory every street name, and so I was surprised at how many people were very close. And so if you could do that, you would have a lot more carpoolers.
Yeah, I think that there is a large there's a large contingent of parents, and I can say this because I've been talking to a lot of the parents for years now, who don't want to be the one person, the one parent picking up or nanny picking up one child from school, who want to either have their kids walk, bike, they want to go on a bus, they want to be part of a carpool. But they're feeling like it's gotten. I mean, my kids used to ride their bikes to school. Then we went to bus because we almost got hit a bunch of times on other streets in Atherton. And I think I just hope that you guys will. I hope that one thing that you'll take away from this is that there's a contingent of parents who want to be part of a team to help alleviate this, not only to make it a little safer, but also to get our cars off the road. Not everybody, but there's a pretty large contingent who would rather not be doing this, and is happy to work with you guys to help get some of us off of the.
That's outside of our.
Yeah. All right.
One thing we didn't mention is a response time, because this committee meets bi-monthly. So I don't know if you get the next one or not, but if you miss the next one,
that would be our goal.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I hand over last piece of paper? It's a map showing the highlighting the areas where it's signal as no parking anytime, and that could potentially be good room for a protected bike lane, and then many more people would ride or walk to school and leave their cars home, and it will help to alleviate the congestion as well. Thank you.
So before we move on, you guys want to make a directive for staff?
Yeah. Basically, you've heard all this. There are lots of suggestions before you. I think if you could evaluate and recommend. There were also some specific recommendations made here that we didn't articulate that were in the paragraph that was submitted under crosswalk safety.
Okay, so we'll set up a meeting with the parents in the school, and come up with a list of recommendations and something for you to consider at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just say one more thing? So we were diehard bikers and walkers, me and my first grader, and even walking down Encino, going the correct way against traffic, we've jumped out of the little bike lane many times into the gravel when cars are coming so fast. So I just want to make sure that the issue of speed is also addressed. I know it's 25, and I know from our last meeting with the Bike and Pedestrian Safety Committee, there was no provision to have a lower speed limit unless there was a senior home. So I don't know if that's still, if there's any way around that, having a way to have the speed limit a little lower just on that stretch where we're walking in a very narrow bike lane that's often littered with trash cans and plants and sometimes cars. So just want to make sure that the speed thing is addressed too.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your time.
Thank you.
And one other question I have for you guys about this: can there be any surveillance cameras that perhaps also with license plate reading capability to be able to ultimately ticket those who violate the crossing?
No, not in California.
Okay, we are where we are. Okay, so the next subject is the.
The only comment I make is last point, the shared rides or shared space or whatever. It is clear watching people on our streets that no driver considers that solid line of bike lane. To pass people all the time, people just go over it. They just don't. I think most people don't think that's a crime. They think as long as there's not a bike there, they're fine to go over and do that. And you see it at Encinal. It's not just Encinal, it's all over on Dollar Drive. People just pass people on the right when somebody wants to turn left and just go on that way.
And it's So, people's education regarding that is limited, but I do think that it's unreasonable to expect people who are not going to pick up to wait in that line.
Is it set to go on the screen?
So-
Yeah, I'll have to do that. Can I,
Okay, so,
Right.
so next up is the Alameda Dos Lobos Corridor study.
Okay, so we have two studies coming before you this evening. We have our consultants ready to make presentations on both of those. Right now it's just after 7 o'clock, so it's a lot of information to get through. We'd like to, our goal is to get recommendations out of the committee so that we can bring these traffic studies forward to the council. And so to the degree that the committee can come to some sort of consensus on the traffic studies and recommendations to the council, we'd like to get that so that we can bring it forward.
Robert, if I could on that,
Yeah.
distinguish between the two studies a little bit. I do think on the Alameda Las Olas corridor study, it'd be very, very helpful to get specific recommendations on each of the intersection, you know, the proposed lights and stuff like that. Would be enormously helpful.
So I'm going to throw the first presentation up on the screen, so please give me a minute.
In the interim, could those people who are here from AMG introduce themselves?
Joy. Good evening, committee chair and committee members. I'm Joy Bhattacharya with Advanced Mobility Group, and I have been doing traffic engineering studies for the last 25 years. And as part of the selection process, the town selected Advanced Mobility Group to do the study for the Alameda de la Pulgas corridor study. It is a very focused study that we started with, just looking at the corridor and addressing some of the concerns and issues that has come up. So the main purpose of the study was to look at the study corridor and actually come up with some improvements which would alleviate traffic congestion as well as improve traffic safety along the corridor. So the main concern was traffic operations along the corridor. There were some bottlenecks that were identified as part of the study, and as part of the recommendation, we have identified some solutions which would take care, at least partly, the traffic problems along the corridor. And the other concern was the traffic queuing. And traffic queuing not only happens at one intersection, but it also spills over to the adjacent intersections, which results in an effect which increases the queuing over the entire corridor. So the purpose of the study was to look at improvement measures along the corridor. So as you can see here, the 7 intersections were selected for the study, starting from Woodside on the north to Valparaiso to the south. And the boundary out here for the town of Atherton is shown in the black line. So as you can see, Woodside, which is the intersection number 1, it is basically a Caltrans intersection. Number 2 is Hull Avenue, which is a county intersection. Then we have number 3, which is Stockbridge, which is partly shared between the town and the county. And then Atherton Avenue is a county intersection completely. Then 5 is Walsh. Oh, sorry, the town intersection completely. And then we have Hull, which is also the town intersection. 6 is shared again between the county, and 7 is again another county intersection. So we had to include all the intersections along the corridor because although it does not belong to the town, but it impacts the intersections within the town such that we can come and look at it comprehensively for the entire corridor. So we have made recommendations at intersections which are outside the town boundaries, but we are hoping that it can be coordinated with the respective agencies, including Caltrans and county, to come up with the solution and implementation process. So as part of the...
Can I ask a question? Sorry,
Sure.
just on that point. Would the recommendations for the town be any different if it turns out we couldn't affect the changes you're recommending for any of the other intersections? Do you know what I mean? Is there other dependencies like that or not?
So the effectiveness will be reduced to some extent. And like, for example, the ones that are shared, definitely, and if the recommendation is to install a traffic signal, it will be very difficult to put in a recommendation that can be partly done by the town because it involves the entire intersection.
But it's not the case that something that is done or not done on Woodside Road would affect Afton Ave on the corridor.
Right,
What
but
anything we would do on Afton Ave.
right, but for example, if anything is not done on Woodside, it will definitely affect Hull Avenue because they are pretty close to each other. But both of them do not belong to the town, but that is the kind of interdependency I'm talking
We can
about.
improve the situation at Atherton Ave with a recommendation here, but it would be better if it were coordinated.
Right.
But it's still worth it.
Certainly not counterproductive.
Moving forward, so we went through the process which is called the intersection control evaluation, or the ICE process. So which includes like a thorough analysis looking at safety as well as the traffic operations. We went and did the data collection, which included a thorough field review. So we basically went to the field during the AM and the PM peak period, which is between 7 and 9 in the morning, which is considered the AM peak, and 4 and 6 in the evening, which is considered as the PM peak period. So we went and observed traffic. The purpose of that was to create a simulation model which could be validated and would be able to replicate what is there in the field, like especially on the queuing as well as travel time along the corridor. Then we did the turning movement counts for the AM peak at 7 intersections, and we also did the 24-hour tube counts to understand how the traffic fluctuates along the corridor during the entire day, 24 hours. We looked at the SWITRS data, which is the statewide integrated traffic record system, which is maintained by CHP, which identifies all different kinds of collision, the types of collision and what time it happened, and all that information is recorded as part of CHP database. So we looked at that and did the analysis, which is called the collision analysis, trying to understand if there is a pattern of accidents at the intersection. We also did the travel time run along the corridor.
Sergeant Cochran, do all of our accidents get entered into SWITRS?
All of ours do. There's very few exceptions, but at the end of the month, all of the collisions that we take, I send to SWITRS.
Thank you.
So we analyzed the collision, then we did the travel time run. The main purpose of the travel time run was to validate this simulation model that we had created, and we also gathered the signal timing data from town to understand what the timing is, such that we can code it into the model. As part of the analysis, we did the warrant analysis. So the warrant analysis is specific for a traffic signal. So if a traffic signal needs to be installed, then it has to meet the warrants, which is basically the threshold that is set, which it has to meet before you can install a signal. However, just by meeting a warrant, it doesn't mean that you have to install a signal, but at least if you need to install a signal, it needs to meet the warrant to be able to put it in. And we also did the protected left turn warrant, which is at a signalized intersection, whether you would like to provide the green arrow for the left turners such that they have a protected phase and can make the left turn at that intersection. The benefit of a protected left turn phase is, of course, like it helps the left turners, it improves the safety at the intersection for the left turners, as well as it makes the pedestrian crossing safer, because now the pedestrians are not in conflict with the left turning movement.
Just clarifying something you said you can't install a traffic signal unless it meets the warrant?
That's correct, yes.
By law, the city, on a city street or a city intersection that the city owns, you're not allowed to install, the city cannot decide to install traffic.
That's correct. So it needs to meet, so the traffic signal warrant is not just based on volume, it's based on accidents, it's based on proximity to railroad crossing, it's based on proximity to school. So there are 9 different warrants, and if none of them are met, that means that it's not recommended to put in a signal at that intersection.
It's not recommended, but
It's ultimately it's the council's decision, and the council decides to put it in.
No, I said, I mean, the council can make decisions on putting it in, but in essence, it's a waste of funds to put in it.
I get that side, but I was like surprised that.
Yeah. It's good that these guidelines exist.
And so once we did all those warrant analysis, we also looked at the operation side of things, which includes the level of service analysis, where we kind of grade all the intersections between A grade to F, where F is supposed to be pretty bad, congested and bottlenecked. And typically for a town, it is like the level of service E and F is considered to be unacceptable. So anything level of service A to D is considered to be acceptable for the town. And based on all these analysis, and we also looked into the pedestrian and bicycle safety, and taking everything into account, we came up with the recommendations for this corridor. This is just to show the fluctuation of traffic. So what you're looking at on the top left is the northbound movement on Alameda de la Pulgas. And as you can see that the morning peak is approximately around 8 and 9, but it's around 400 cars an hour. But when you look at the evening peak, it is much higher, and it's almost double for the northbound direction. And it's the reverse pattern when you come to the southbound direction, where the peak is during the AM peak. And then there is a slight peak during the school time, and then the PM is actually not that congested on the southbound direction.
These graphs are great, and I hope you'll put them in the final report.
Yes, we will include that. Somehow this was not put in, but we have the turning movement counts at the intersection, which is pretty much the same representation, but just looking at the peak period, the AM and the PM peak. As I mentioned, that one of the first step for us was to look at do the field review, and this is the intersection of Alameda de la Pulgas at Atherton, and what you see here is the westbound traffic trying to get into Alameda de la Pulgas, and it backs up completely. Go ahead.
Is this during the peak time? Or?
This is during the PM peak period. So the picture was taken during the PM peak period. The first one shows right at the intersection where you have the channelized right turn lane, and the other one is a little behind at the intersection, taken and facing the intersection towards Alameda de la Pulgas. So this basically represents the kind of like the congestion that happens during the PM peak. This is a picture that was taken at Hull Avenue. This is for the northbound direction, and as you can notice, this is like looking south from Hull Avenue on Alameda de la Pulgas, and this backs up all the way till Woodside. So this actually starts at Woodside and continues through Hull Avenue further south for the northbound
This
direction.
is AM peak?
This is the PM
That's
peak. PM peak.
It's going northbound.
So that's why one of the recommendations that we'll come across is to be able to coordinate the two signals together such that it operates in a way that once you get a green at this intersection, you increase the possibility of getting green at Woodside. The other observation that we had made, and this also is...
On that, it seems like Woodside Road is a very heavily traveled road in itself. Is it possible to time the lights so that both Woodside Road is coordinated properly and Alameda Las Pulgas is coordinated properly? Is there a inconsistency there or not?
Right, so the east-west is pretty heavy on Woodside Avenue, but since what we saw is that the overall cycle length for the two intersections are different, and the cycle lengths can be made the same either by adjusting the time that you have for the county signal or for the Caltrans signal, and then it becomes much easier to coordinate between the two intersections. So that is some adjustment that can be
and
made.
It would not make things worse on Woodside Avenue.
It's not going to make it worse, but it could make it better for the north-south movement as well. So, and the other observation that we made while we were in the field is that there are a lot of bicyclists along the corridor, and it was also substantiated by the traffic counts that we did, which included the bicycle and pedestrian counts. So this is the collision analysis where we look at the collision rate, which is that we look at the last 5 years of like looking at each intersection, how many collisions have taken place at each of the intersections. And then we divide it by the million entering vehicles. So that is basically to bring or calculate the rate at the intersection, such that it's also dependent on not only just the number of collisions at the intersection, but it also takes into account the traffic volume at the intersection. Because if the traffic volume is larger, typically the number of accidents also increases. The only rate that exceeded the statewide average rate was at the intersection of Atherton Avenue, where the statewide average which is published by Caltrans, was 0.21, and the collision rate at Atherton Avenue was 0.30. And as you can see here, I have also put in the number of collisions and the type of collisions. So it seems the injury collision was like there were 2 injury collisions, no fatal accidents, and the rest were property damage.
What was the time period?
Oh, this is for a 5-year period.
So one injury in the 5-year period.
There were two injuries in the 5-year period.
And 9 crashes.
And total of 9 crashes.
Which includes the 2 injured ones.
That's correct. And this is where we actually, like, just not looking at the numbers, but we kind of dig into the collision analysis to understand what type of collisions are happening at the intersection. And as you can see here, it actually outlines the number of head-on collisions. So there was 1 head-on, 2 side swipes, and 2 rear-end accidents, and 3 of the accidents were hitting objects. So this kind of gives us a feel as to where the accidents are happening, and as you can see, most of the accidents are happening at the intersection itself. So it is due to the, like, maybe the stop control, which is not visible, and people end up having a rear-end collision at the stop sign, or it is like somebody violating the stop sign and people making a left turn where it results in a, like, the head-on or a side swipe kind of an accident.
And and of course, this is only for those that get reported to the police.
That's correct.
And, do you have any sense as to what fraction of non-injury collisions wind up not being reported?
I'd say in this town, maybe, I mean, there could be maybe 10 to 15% of non-injury collisions that don't get reported if 2 cars just bump each other and they exchange information. And then there's a few collisions where the officers will go out and it's a non-injury and the parties just want to exchange information. We do allow them to do that unless it's on El Camino. Then we always take a report because of the issues that we've had on El Camino. So anytime there's an injury, we have to take a report. So I'd say maybe, you know, Alameda, maybe there were maybe 5 to 10% more maybe that aren't reported.
Thanks.
So the first analysis that we did was the traffic signal warrant analysis. So we looked at all the 9 warrants. Of course, some of the warrants are really not applicable, right? Like the grade crossing on Alameda Tila Pulgas. So based on the warrant analysis, we found that Stockbridge Avenue, Camino Lago, and Atherton Road, all 3 of them meet the traffic signal warrant. So a traffic signal can be installed at this location. And different warrants are met depending on the type of volume that you find at the intersections. So at Stockbridge, both warrant 1, 2, and 3 were met, which means that the traffic volume is pretty high at that intersection. At Camino Lago, it was the pedestrian volume that triggered the warrant, and at Atherton, it was assumed based on the previous study that was conducted for Los Lomitas Elementary School study, which identified that it has met the warrant at that intersection. Then we looked at the left turn warrant, and the left turn warrant is based on different analysis, which takes into account the turning delay at the intersection, the collisions at the intersections, how many left turn collisions are there at the intersections, the overall volume, and other factors like if it is the intersection is at a curve or there is limited sight distance where people are unable to see oncoming traffic and things like that. So based on that, the intersection of ATLP and Valparaiso met the warrant for the protected left turn. This is a level of service analysis which identifies the delay per vehicle at each of the intersection, and the ones that are highlighted in red are the intersections that are considered to be operating at unacceptable level based on the town standards, and that is Stockbridge and Atherton with approximately like 50 seconds and 90 seconds of delay, which is level of service E and level of service A. So Stockbridge operates at level of service E for both AM and the PM peak period, whereas Atherton Avenue operates at level of service A, F for both AM and PM. F.
Also, I have a question about how you measured the delay for these.
So this is where we use simulation software called Synchro. And what we do is we feed in the lane configuration, we feed in the traffic volume, we feed in the two-way stop control at that intersection, and based on the highway capacity manual, it calculates the delay at that intersection per vehicle.
For what it's worth, when I've driven it and activated my stopwatch on a number of occasions, and the my observed, my observations about the delay, at least specifically northbound on Alameda Dos Logos at Atherton Avenue, and typically it takes about 5 minutes when that's at maximum length, and assuming that when there's no traffic, it would be less than 1 minute. So the 4 minute of delay is more than double what you estimated there, what you simulated. So anyway, it would still be an F, but
so the delay what's presented over here is an average delay per vehicle. So what it does is at an intersection, it takes the cumulative volume and whatever the total delay for the entire intersection is divided by the number of volumes. That's what you're seeing it. You are absolutely right. You might be having a delay of 5 minutes, but there might be some vehicles which might be only experiencing 10 seconds or 20 seconds. If
so
they are arriving
that's
at
not
an
peak
intersection.
delay, that's average delay over the entire PM period?
It's an average delay per vehicle during that peak hour.
Okay. I think your simulation may be at odds with the reality, but it's still an F, so we don't need to go on it.
Right, and it's a weighted average, and most of the calculations are based on 15-minute peak within that period. And as you mentioned, that sometimes the delays average out to be lower than what you really experience in the field.
Yeah. Just curious, the chart before that, you said the recommendation only which street was it? You only have the left turn signal.
Oh, that was in Valparaiso.
So only Valparaiso said you should put a left turn student lane.
A protected left turn phase, so with a green arrow.
And ADLP, Alameda Dos Logos.
No, Alameda and Valparaiso.
So intersection of Alameda and
Yes,
ADLP.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I guess, on Atherton Avenue and Stockbridge and so forth, there's not a lot of left turn movements from Alameda. Most people are just passing through.
We did the level of service analysis, and this is just a summary which shows the level of service results, as well as the signal warrant result, as well as the protected left turn warrant result. And as you can see, basically this is the summary of all the different items or the analysis results that I shared with you. Based on the analysis, these are the recommendations for each of the intersection. The recommendation for Woodside would be mainly focused on the traffic signal timing and coordinating the signal between Woodside and Hull Avenue, especially for the northbound movement during the PM peak period. The same recommendation applies to Hull Avenue because the two intersections need to work together. In addition to that, based on the field review, we observed that there are crosswalks at the intersection. However, the corner ramps does not meet the ADA requirements. So there could be some improvements on the corner ramps that could improve the ADA requirements or meet the ADA requirements at the intersection. This is for Stockbridge. What we did is we looked at 3 different control options, which being the existing condition, compared it with a signal at that intersection, or a roundabout, or always stop control at the intersection. And we recommend, based on this, that a signal should be installed at this intersection, and we should always time the signals in a way that it provides adequate timing for the pedestrian crossing as well as bicyclists going through the intersection.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just out of curiosity, why is it that the signal did so much better than a roundabout at that intersection? I mean, because it projects a level of service D with the roundabout, and I'm just surprised at that. Jim, do you know why that is?
Sure. The roundabout really works well when all 4 approaches have similar traffic volume, because that is the main purpose of a roundabout. Everybody yields and everybody goes through the intersection in a much more harmonized way.
Yeah.
Whereas in a signal, you have the ability to adjust the green time and basically time the signals in a way that you provide more time for the movement that is really peaking during that period. So that's why the signal has more flexibility. And during the PM peak, as we were talking about, the northbound has a lot of traffic, whereas the southbound doesn't, and the side streets also have lower volume, so it was much easier to time the signal to have a better level of service. So the recommendation was a traffic signal and pedestrian and bicycle adjustment.
Just a question,
sure.
the first two recommendations, it's nice you made the recommendation, they have nothing to do with Atherton, so this is more of we pass them over to Caltrans and to Redwood, to county.
Okay. But although it's nothing to do with the town, but it's going to improve the overall flow through the corridor.
Stockbridge does that.
Yeah, the first two are Holland.
The next intersection, the ADLP and Atherton, we did the same analysis, and in this situation, since the volume on Atherton is also pretty high, that's why you see that the roundabout and the signal almost have a comparable level of service, and roundabout actually in this case has a better LOS during the PM peak hour. But however, based on few other items, which includes the right-of-way take at the intersection, which would be needed for installing or implementing a roundabout, and given the fact that there are buses, transit buses on Alameda de la Pulgas corridor, which would require it to be a standard roundabout instead of a mini roundabout, which could fit in with limited right-of-way requirements, but a standard roundabout is much larger in size, which would require much more right-of-way take. And the benefit out of that is not that significant, because as you can see, the level of services are very comparable. And in the collision analysis that we showed you, it showed in that table that most of the signalized intersection has almost 0 accidents, which shows that from the safety side as well, it's going to be very similar between a signal and a roundabout, but the roundabout is going to be much more expensive.
Wait, are you saying that based on the data in this study where you have looked at the collisions at a few of this corridor's intersections, that based on just that we should infer the safety of what it would be at Atherton?
So yes, it's based on the type of incidents, and as we said, like most of the incidents happens at the intersection itself, and it is sideswipe or broadside or rear end accidents. And if we look at the signalized intersections here, somehow it doesn't work on the TV screen, but the first Woodside and Hull Avenue, which are a signalized intersection, as you can see, there hasn't been any reported accidents during the...
But I mean, don't you think that the national statistics about standard, I mean, when there have been studies done of intersections that had stop signs or had traffic lights and that got replaced by roundabouts, and in both scenarios of replacement, the crashes and injuries and fatalities are dramatically less with roundabouts. So don't you think one shouldn't make inferences from this very limited data set as compared to national data sets?
I agree, yes. In the national data set, they have looked at the standard roundabouts and also looking at the number of conflict points that happens at an intersection, which is like 32 conflict points compared to the roundabout, which has only 8 conflict points. Right. A roundabout is a safer option at the location. But what we looked at is also the level of service analysis, which was very comparable, and the fact that the right-of-way requirement would be necessary to provide a standard roundabout, and a mini roundabout may not work because of the transit along the corridor.
So I'm curious, the mini roundabouts are one of their design stipulations is that they be able to handle long vehicles making terrain movements, like fire engines and so forth. How is it that a transit bus wouldn't be able to navigate a mini roundabout?
So there are 2 things on the mini roundabouts that basically doesn't match with the corridor pattern that we have here. One is the fact that the transit buses is one of them, and the other thing is...
Sorry, could you elaborate on the problem?
So the movement where roundabout is really effective is when there is a horizontal deflection of the cars, such that the traffic needs to slow down when they're going through the roundabout, because that makes it safer and reduces the speed at the roundabout. So if we make the roundabout smaller for the transit buses to be able to go through, it actually has a negative effect on the overall safety of the intersection, because now cars can just pass through without having much of a horizontal deflection at that intersection. So it's like the trade-off between making it more accessible for the transit buses and making it into a better design which has the horizontal deflection at that intersection. And the more the horizontal deflection that we provide, like the more right of way, because that is directly affecting the inscribed circle radii or the diameter that is needed for the roundabout.
Going back to the recommendation that what you showed up there for a roundabout is the larger roundabout, which we effectively can't have without taking some eminent domain and bringing it down. So I think the argument is, if we had the big roundabout, it's slightly better than the other one, which would be nice, but that's a pipe dream, we think, so it's going to get shrunk down, and so it's a wash or maybe worse is why you recommended a traffic light.
Right.
And did you evaluate how much land would be needed for a roundabout?
So we did not actually go into the exact calculations or the cost estimate for the roundabout, but what we
I don't mean cost estimate. I mean in terms of
it's the corners.
Is it a foot? Is it 10 feet? Do you have a sense of what's needed?
So the right of way on Alameda de la Pulgas is approximately 60 feet. So like if we want to put a diagonal inscribed circle of 100 feet, it would be quite a bit of round take on the corners, and we can do that calculation and maybe get back to you on that number.
Yeah. But also one of the issues is that, so just for context for the rest of you, I provided some feedback through staff regarding if a standard modern roundabout will fit, why not a mini roundabout, which is something that Federal Highway Administration has been advocating for some time. And mini roundabouts can be scaled down to very, very small diameters. But the general notion is that a roundabout can be there's a wide range of dimensions. It doesn't have to only be at the max, a certain standard size. And so I guess the key question is, by how much would it have to shrink to not require any land? And if it were at that size, would we lose the safety benefits and other benefits? Because I believe that there's an intermediate size that would meet all the requirements and also addresses some of the other issues. For example, you raised in this report that there was that overhead electrical lines would be a problem for putting in a traffic light. So anyway, I'll let you continue.
And the other thing that I've intended to mention when we compare the roundabout versus the signal, the mini roundabout definitely, because the inscribed circle can be 45 feet to 90 feet, so it can be shrunk down considerably to fit into the right of way. But once you start shrinking the design is valid only for a maximum entry speed of 15 miles to 20 miles per hour, and given that Alameda de la Pulgas is at 30 miles per hour, it may not be the right fit of shrinking it down into a mini roundabout.
Okay, so it is a very small roundabout would be at 15. If you shrunk the diameter from its normal size by 20 feet, you don't think that you think it's still it would. I mean, because mini roundabouts can be in many different sizes, and so I don't get the notion that shrinking it a little bit suddenly makes 30 miles per hour. I mean, it's a big leap from 30 miles per hour to requiring 15 miles per hour, and and I would imagine that the entry speed would be proportional to the degree by which you change the size. And if you're only changing it by a small degree, then the maximum entry speed will only be minorly different. And also, of course, the level of congestion that would be in this area would be such that that the traffic may not be operating at its full speed, at least during rush hours. But anyway, why don't you continue, because there's a lot to get through.
Sure. Okay. So the next intersection, which is at Camino Lago, we did the same analysis between signals, roundabout, and all-way stop. And in this intersection as well, the signal showed a lot of benefit at at this intersection from
I'm sorry, I didn't know that the next thing would be the next intersection. Could, if we could go back just before we depart that intersection to, if you could address the issue of the overhead electrical wires, that would be helpful, because you did reference it in the report.
Right. So one of the challenges that you come across when you're designing a signal, and this is not a design level analysis, but it was more like a planning level analysis that we did. But we noticed that there are overhead wires which will interfere with the OSHA regulations when you are putting in the signal poles and the mast arms. So the design needs to adequately address that issue. And it will be also similar for a roundabout, where it may not be the interference on the vertical side, but it will be on the horizontal side, because when you're inscribing a circle around that area, the corner like poles that are supporting those overhead wires needs to be taken out.
Right. And there's other utility boxes and whatnot that would have to be relocated as well. And my understanding is that the utilities have to bear the expense for doing so. Is that consistent with your understanding, Barbara?
It depends on the situation.
Right. Thanks.
So coming to the next intersection, Camino Lago, we did the same analysis. Traffic signal is recommended at this intersection. In addition to the traffic signal, we would also recommend combining the mid-block crosswalk that is located like 150 feet south of that intersection on Alameda de la Pulgas, and consolidating it at the intersection itself. It's easier to look at the picture here, and as you can see, there is a mid-block crosswalk with a traffic signal at like around 150 feet south of that intersection, and there is another mid-block crosswalk on the east side of the intersection. So as part of the school study, our understanding is that they are recommending taking away the mid-block crosswalk on the east side and consolidating it at the intersection. And we are recommending the same thing for the mid-block crosswalk, which is located on the south side, such that everybody comes to the intersection to make that crossing. And in order to reduce the overall crossing distance, we are also recommending some bump outs as far as possible to reduce the crossing distance at the intersection, at the crosswalk.
Just one thought, Robert, is that your understanding as well, that the school recommendations will involve in that crosswalk also?
So we had received a request to look at the intersection at Camino al Lago, and the school was planning on relocating the crosswalk that is just a bit to the east of the intersection that's crossing in, and relocating that to the corner. And we were agreeable to that solution.
There's been a lot of movement in the plans.
Yes.
Has this settled down, or is this?
I'm going to say, unfortunately, as Sergeant Copeland mentioned, communication between the school and the town fluctuates quite a bit, and they come to us when they need us, more than being a little more proactive. And so, though we had, I think, approved that crosswalk relocation in conjunction with the county, it was noticed, I think, back in July or August, and they never came in for an encroachment permit to actually relocate the crosswalk. So we're waiting for them to come back when they're ready to work in the intersection to do that.
This is you're talking about the crosswalk that's on Camino al Lago.
That's correct.
Move it to the corner as opposed to having it go on the side of the.
That's correct.
And the reason I asked it, at one point, what was under discussion was actually expanding the Camino al Lago entrance into the school and making that a more active spot.
I think it was Walsh that.
Right. Well, I know. It's bounced around pretty good. Yeah.
As Joy was going to mention, that intersection is shared with the county, so any changes there would have to be approved between us, and the signal that would be recommended to be removed or relocated, that mid-block crossing, is also a county signal. So it's if the recommendation from the committee were to go to the council to recommend investigating that, it would be a joint project with the county.
basically, they've started construction and they're not changing. Isn't that? They came up with some plans and then like, well, nothing's gonna happen, so.
They've made some modifications to their design. Inside and how they plan to access the street. So when the town was getting some resistance regarding the signal at Walsh, the configuration of the driveway is resorting back to the way that it has been, with an additional exit driveway to the north, at the north end of what will be I think they haven't finished expanding that parking lot yet, but what was I think right now half of the parking lot's currently paved. Is that right, Anthony?
Half is paved in the house that they bought and bulldozed to the north side. They're going to use that driveway as an exit onto Alameda for right turning cars.
They're not changing, basically they're keeping what they have.
Pretty much.
So, yeah, they're not really going to come ask for anything.
Well, I'm going to say that they did slightly change the access route at the Camino al Lago corner. And I think it's in anticipation of bringing that crosswalk in.
But yeah, because it seems like we're all agreeing. Your recommendation, what they're doing, is moving that crosswalk from mid-block on
that's correct.
on Alameda to that corner. The only thing that seems to be a little in question mark is where's the Camino del Lago crosswalk?
Well, no, I think that the Camino al Lago crosswalk will move eventually. It's whether or not the signal at on Alameda gets relocated. So the school has presented, and the town and the county are agreeable to having that mid-block crossing on Camino al Lago move to the intersection.
Okay. But we're not agreeing on moving the light from mid-block to the corner?
It's not our light. And so if the committee recommends recommends to the council to work with the county and the school about relocating that signal, then that's an option that you have in terms of your recommendations.
A typical recommendation for crosswalk is like the distance between the crosswalk should be at least 300 feet. And out here we have 3 different crosswalk on Alameda de la Pulgas at like 150 feet between the crosswalks. And so that was one of the reasons, because we had the crosswalk on Mills Avenue, then the mid-block crosswalk, and then at Camino Lago. So that was the reason we were recommending consolidating the crosswalk at one location, which is a signalized intersection.
There's another, I'm trying to remember where Mills is.
It's at that bottom corner.
Oh, that one.
Right. At the last intersection that we looked at is Valparaiso, and this is already signalized, and it meets the left turn warrant at this intersection for the southbound movement and the northbound movement. But if you look at the level of service with protected left turn phase, the level of service actually gets slightly worse. But even then, we feel that taking into account the bicycle safety as well as pedestrian safety and removing the conflict of those left turners with the bicyclists as well as the pedestrians, the overall increases in delay is not that significant. So we recommend that we incorporate a protected left turn phase for the northbound and southbound movement.
Can I ask for bicyclists, assuming that there would be a way of sensing the presence of cars, how would it sense the presence of bicyclists?
So Caltrans has the requirement that each and every intersection needs to be equipped with detection for bicyclists. So if there is any modification that is made to the signal, bicycle detection will become part of the design.
How's that done these days?
So it could be done through cameras, or it could be done through using a different kind of loop, which is basically the same square, but it has a diagonal cut in it, such that the cycle stopped on the loop gets detected through those diagonal wires.
Thank you.
Actually, the delay is quite significant. You're looking at like a 60% delay.
One is looking at the percentage increase of delay, and the other way to look at it is what is the acceptable level of service for the town, which is level of service D is still acceptable for a corridor along Alameda de la Pulgas. However, since it's still within that acceptable level, but it will improve the overall bicycle and pedestrian safety. So that's why we recommended installing the.
Through the chair, again, this is one of those signals that is outside the town limits. It would be something that if you wanted us to, if it were recommended, to pass on to the county for consideration.
So just for, I know you told me this before, Robert, I'm forgetting, I apologize. When I hear a word like acceptable level, that implies some judgment. Somebody said, yeah, that's acceptable. Is that a town decision, or is that, are we just following state law and state regulations?
Each municipality dictates what they believe is an acceptable level of service for the different types of streets. And in the next presentation, there's going to be some conversation about it. And it flows into the general plan and the circulation element. So,
and also just interest, the level of service predicted for traffic light by the other study at Alameda, Los Focus, and Ashland Avenue is for it to be C, not B. But they didn't opine on what a roundabout would be after that location.
So.
Great. And overall, we had some general comments, which is mainly based on the observations that were made in the field. So there are certain intersections where we felt that the pedestrian crossing time as well as the red and the yellow clearance time should be adjusted, because there has been recent changes in Caltrans, and like it just felt a little shorter. Then overall putting in the green surface treatment for bike lanes, which basically indicates where there is a conflict between the bicyclist and the cars. And there was one recommendation specific to Hull Avenue, which is moving the bus stop, which is currently on the near side to the far side of the intersection, which is much more recommended, especially at a signal, because when the bus stops and then it's ready to move forward, it again gets stopped at the signalized intersection. So it's better to cross the intersection and then stop in front. Plus, it's also safer for the pedestrian or the people like getting off the bus to be able to cross the street. And there were still few signal heads that are 8 inches in diameter, and the current standard is 12 inch. So it's just a recommendation to look at those locations and update it to a 12 inch signal head.
Okay. And so you have the opportunity to ask Joy questions if there's members of the public that you want to hear from, but ultimately we're looking for some feedback and recommendations that we can either adjust the study or bring forward to the council for consideration.
Well, I do have a few more questions and comments, but I'm curious, is there a comment period from the public for just this subject at this time? There should be?
There should be.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to opine on this subject? Okay. Here. So, well, I don't want to monopolize this. Do you guys have any questions or comments?
Well, I guess my first comment is you did say in the study, it says there's no accidents in the signalized, at the intersections of signals, and Valparaiso is not ours, so why would we? I don't see any reason to address that one, first off. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was waiting for him to finish.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I don't think I have any questions for you, though.
Oh, okay.
But I do. But apropos of your question, there is a signal today at Valparaiso, and the level of service that you were showing there is based on what it is versus what it might be if there was a protected left turn. In this scenario where the throughput was materially improved at Alameda and Ashland Avenue, do you think, based on the throughput you see presently from Valparaiso, that would just cause the traffic jam from there to just continue all the way through, or do you think that it would all be much clearer? I mean, assuming either roundabout or traffic light at Atherton Avenue, because when you eliminate a bottleneck, then the downstream bottleneck tends to get worse. And do you have any thoughts as to the interplay of what would happen if we improved it at Atherton Avenue?
When we are timing the signal, what we really look at is the platooning effect of car, which really happens when there is a signal downstream or upstream of that intersection where it gets stopped and wait for the green light, and then the entire platoon of car moves forward to the next intersection. It is much easier to provide coordination and make them pass through the intersection, which does not happen at the stop control intersection because everybody is stopping for 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then getting into the next intersection. So it becomes very difficult to really time the signal in a way that it works efficiently. So if it becomes a signal, it's going to work together in a much more efficient way.
Right. Okay. And I have a question for anybody, staff or you, regarding the issue of what it, if we needed some of the adjacent land, to what extent do easements occur versus land acquisition, whether through eminent domain or not? I ask the question because, you know, if I'm thinking theoretically, not actually, because I'm not a lawyer. I mean, if putting a roundabout there was a benefit to the adjacent neighbors, and they were using land that effectively isn't of material benefit to them presently, and if they continue to derive the benefit of that land in terms of their FAR and whatnot, you know, I would assume that getting that entering into an agreement to obtain an easement would cost a lot less than actually buying the land. And so, to what extent has that been done, or are any of you familiar with the issue?
Well, I can opine a little bit on the issue. It hasn't been done, but in effect, either you have an agreement with the property owner to sell you something,
or grant an easement.
Well, they would either grant or sell an easement, however that is, but that would either be an agreement that is a positive interaction between the people that own the land and the town. The alternative is an eminent domain action. If it's not an easy purchase, then the council would have to go through a full public hearing process, declare the necessity to acquire that property, and in essence take the property with the value of that acquisition left to either settlement or a court. In any event, the offer that the town would make would be fair market value, whatever that is, based on an appraisal.
And typically, is the appraised value, you take the average cost of land and multiply by the middle?
That we would leave to the expert, and typically the property owner would get their own appraiser and battle out value.
So I had a question regarding the signal, I think, on Atherton, right? That you were talking about the overhead cable being a problem. So I didn't understand what exactly is the problem, because if it's an issue of how do you feed the signal lights, then nowadays solar is good
No,
enough.
it's a safety requirement where, like, due to maintenance, like the workers have to use a bucket truck or something to clean the signals, and the overhead wire should be separated from that by 10 feet. And getting that 10 feet might be a challenge at that location.
Thanks. So it would seem to me that that we're right now there's been no quantification of how much land would be needed for what type of diameter. This would be a declaration that is a standard one won't fit, and would it be a lot of work to analyze, like, you know, how much smaller it would have to be, and how much land would be needed under those scenarios?
Yes, we can develop a couple of options, which would be one without any right of way take, and like compare it with the standard where the right of take, and we can also estimate the amount of right of take that will be required.
Or something in between.
Something in between.
So does that seem reasonable to you guys?
Yeah, so it sounds like we can do that, and we can bring that to the council for consideration.
Yeah, at some point to address timing as well, because anything we ask requires them to come back to this committee 2 months plus a month, so
you're going to play in. So
if I can offer a recommendation to the chair, if you want to go through each of the recommendations or each of the signals with some direction, with regards to this particular one, you have a recommendation that's in the report for a signal, but with that, if you ask, we can bring that analysis on how much right-of-way would be required, not necessarily to the committee, but to the council to weigh against the option for a signal. So.
In other words, since they meet with greater frequency, then I see.
Otherwise, we'd be coming back in 2 months
Right.
and then going to the council.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
That seems reasonable. I think that there is an assumption intrinsic to this discussion that any land obtained would only happen through a domain and a big fight, and of course everyone has an aversion to that. I think that assumption might not be correct, and so that shouldn't really be the standard operating assumption. And so, I mean, it's worth a conversation or two because I think there might only be 2 landowners involved. Although the issue that you raised about whether utilities, whether the relocations would be a cost borne by us or them, previously I've been informed it was all their cost, but if we were to have to bear that, that would affect.
I'm picturing that intersection in my head. If 4 landowners are involved, I think it feels like the land uses are different at that specific
It's
intersection.
not a symmetrical intersection.
That's my question, yeah.
And the other report mentions that this intersection has a pork chop associated with it, and that they recommend, and the other report recommended squaring the intersection. The background and reasoning for that is not in the report, but would be curious.
You'll have an opportunity to hear that.
But that's obviously that wouldn't matter in a roundabout scenario, but would in a traffic light scenario. So let me just see if I have any other questions here.
Something about Stockbridge, you know that ones?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess if we're going to make any recommendations to Woodside, or Caltrans rather, I would recommend that they consider a 2-lane roundabout there because they have some serious congestion at that intersection, and it's coming from lots of directions, and so I think that would make sense in that location.
Okay.
I think what would be helpful to the council at some point if we could actually go through the individual
Yeah,
intersections.
so that's what I was suggesting, is that I can read through some of the recommendations and
well, if we don't know it now, then we have to wait.
We
could email them. We are not allowed to email.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So
which I think is
Started Alameda and Woodside.
yeah. So I'm going to, if it's okay, I'm going to go through from Alameda Woodside down to Alameda Valparaiso, and just get your sense on what that recommendation should be.
Actually, I do have one question before
Yes.
we go on to that. Is there any town liability, like if there's a lot of collisions at an intersection, is the town liable if they don't put in a signal or something?
Well, I think that what
That's the question.
I'm going to say that, you know, it's our desire to improve safety as a
Yes.
general rule.
Well, that's kind of
And so it's incumbent on us to really consider what those are. Obviously, the decision ultimately to put in a signal or not put in a signal is going to be up to the council. And there's a number of factors that the council will weigh in making that determination.
I think that I'm not a lawyer, but I think that if we are diligent about doing what we believe is right, then the town is. I mean, if we were derelict, there could be more liability. I think.
Before we go through each intersection, one thought I had, and maybe it flows into the next conversation we're about to have, but an assumption through this entire study is that throughput's a good thing. And that might be something that the committee has an opinion on, about whether throughput's a good thing on Alameda as well as not. We can have that conversation as part of this conversation or as part of the next one.
I would what's that?
We just saw the absence of throughput causing a lot of cut through on Fairview.
Yeah.
So if we improve the throughput,
Understood,
it'd
but
be
it's
less
a
cut.
conversation. No, I think we're unanimous in saying throughput is a good thing.
I actually, be careful on that, because it's not.
Well, I'm going to say.
There's also a balance, like, Gary and I are different on the install thing. I think the priority should be safety of children, not somebody who's trying to go by the school faster. I don't care if they get sick.
But I think that if you don't take into consideration what happens, what a driver does when they're blocked, they do unsafe things.
I agree.
No, and it also depends on the street. I mean, if it is El Camino, I'd rather have throughput. It's frustrating to sit around on Menlo Park.
Yeah, I think that's probably more appropriate.
No, it's a different story, but if it's El Camino or ADLP, it's a different story.
That's why we label them as different kind of streets, right? One's a artery, one's a,
Okay.
But to the point of going through each intersection, I was thinking in terms of experience, it might be better to just focus on the ones that are in our purview, in the jurisdiction of Atherton, and say, this is what we would recommend, and then for the others, we just have a generic.
Well, I'm going to say basically, on the other ones is, should we recommend that we reach out? And that's simply it. So when it comes to the signals at Hull and Woodside, should we reach out to the county and to Caltrans to better coordinate their timing?
My suggestion is that if it makes sense to you, then it would be good to make the recommendation, but not waste too much of your time if they're not responsive.
So,
vote on that, just so we
yeah. Okay, unanimous on those.
All in favor?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what are we doing for out of jurisdiction signal intersections?
Just making that
reach out.
Reach out.
Right.
Okay.
I think we said we're
recommending.
We're agreeing with. We're saying.
Make a suggestion.
We don't have any issues with AMG is recommending, and reach out to the local jurisdictions.
Okay.
Yeah. And if there's any objection, I recommend that they consider a two-lane roundabout at that location. But it's just a suggestion, and they can take it or leave it. Is that also something that we agree with or disagree with? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Okay. All right. So.
And do you have I didn't see. I don't recall.
It's not in there.
It's not in there.
Oh. Well, now I'm gonna abstain because without having the data to have them consider it, I don't know.
All right.
By the way, just FYI, so the base reason for it is simply they're much safer and higher throughput.
I think we believe around about.
Okay.
Okay. So also at Hull, currently the bus stop is on the south side of the intersection, I believe within Atherton.
No, sorry, no, it's not Atherton. But
I thought
again,
I just voted on all the ones that are outside of our jurisdiction. We're saying yes.
There you go. Okay, so the next.
If they recommended in here makes sense to you, I would say yes.
All right. So the next one is the intersection of Alameda de los Pulgas at Stockbridge. Whether or not we should you're recommending to council to consider a traffic signal at that location.
I think they made. There's a pretty good case for it.
Okay.
But what do we think? Because it's a major decision.
It is.
Yes.
Were there, I can't remember, were there also bicycle, because I noticed there were a lot of bicycle accidents, and those are more dangerous, or there's more potential.
So, there, do you need the...
No, along Alameda, there were several bicycle car interactions.
There were 4 accidents at Stockbridge, and 4 of them were automobile right-of-way violation.
No, you have a bicycle
on
Stockbridge. It looks like this morning. Is that this one? Yeah, well, the right-of-way violation might have been the cause. It includes a bicycle. So there is one bicycle, at least one bicycle-involved accident there.
Robert, I'm sorry, what I heard you say is you're looking for the committee to recommend the council consider. Is that saying the committee recommends a light being installed, or is that saying the committee just thinks it's not a ridiculous idea, the council you should consider it?
Well, I I think that all of these are,
You know what I mean?
okay,
Yeah.
to clarify,
Yeah.
the report is making certain recommendations. It's whether or not the committee agrees with those recommendations to be brought forward to the council as that they're in agreement with that recommendation.
I think so, although one thing I would say is that before doing this, it would probably make sense to get buy-in from the affected parties and like provide some kind of notice to the people who live on Stockbridge.
Any implementation would include that, and I think that there's going to be a public outreach effort involved with any capital expenditures.
And as we learned on Walsh, it's hard to predict what people think about stop
Yeah.
lights. They're gonna be like,
I think in the past, Abington has been very much against stoplights, but I've seen that traffic and safety is becoming a big issue, so I do recommend, I think they have a valid point in this study that we should look further at stoplights.
Actually, one thing.
Or roundabouts, whichever is suitable, but.
Did you analyze what the likely safety difference would be with and without a stoplight, or an existing condition versus stoplight?
So predicting collision is something that is not directly possible or quantitatively identified as how much reduction is going to happen in collision, but based on the type of accidents that are happening at the intersection, like for example an Atherton, it's the broadside and the rear end, those are reduced when you install a signal at that intersection. So
okay,
qualitatively, yes.
But traffic lights do tend to have much higher levels of head-on and T-bone accidents, which are much more injurious. Those do exist, and they're more frequent than a roundabout. But my question is, you know the numbers of cars going through that intersection. Right now it's only two-way production. Given those numbers of cars, how does the current accident rate compare with the accident rate that is normal for a stoplight controlled intersection? Because it's possible, without knowing anything, that we might have a lower level of accidents now than what one would predict with traffic lights. And if that were the case, then we would not change anything.
Right, and that is what we did as part of the collision analysis. So we took the statewide average accident rate, which takes into account the number of collision as well as the number of cars that are entering the intersection, and we compared the two to identify whether it's below or above the average for the entire state for the same type of intersection and roadway.
Right, but what I'm saying is you're comparing the same type, and if you were to compare it to a different type, if you were to compare it to with a traffic light, what would for that many million vehicles entering, what would the comparative thing be? I mean, also, wait, how is it possible it's zero? Is it that there's another decimal point that's not shown? Same is true for the Woodside and Hull.
Well, if there's no intersection, if there's no accidents, then there's no accidents per million vehicles.
So there's zero accidents at the signals.
Yeah, right. Okay,
so if you're comparing those as signalized, you could say there are no accidents versus non-signalized.
So actually, just looking at this, you can see that traffic lights have higher rates of injury accidents, injury and fatal accidents than non-traffic lights, right?
There are no accidents at the signalized intersections in this case.
If you look at item 1, it's traffic
Look at the far right-hand column. The far right-hand
column.
The
statewide.
Statewide, but we're talking about.
No, but we're saying theoretically, if we were to replace Stockbridge, which is unsignaled, two-way stop control with a traffic signal. Traffic signals have 0.114 per million miles entering, and non-traffic lights have 0.064. So it looks like it's
double collision rate, 0.27 versus 2.21.
Sorry, I was looking.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, actually, it's higher. Both for. I was talking about injury and fatal. But if the same is true for non-injury ones, the collision rate is materially higher with a traffic light than without. And so what this implies is that it would be made less safe.
But that's a false comparison though, because statewide average, so lots and lots of four-way stops are in very low-speed places in neighborhoods where people aren't, where traffic lights can be put.
But this is for a million miles.
I'm not talking volume, it's speed and other things. I mean, look around our town, where are the traffic lights around El Camino Real, where the speed limit is much higher than the speed limit at that, which speed causes more accidents and things. So it's hard to, you're right, but you're in a more dangerous situation. 0.27 versus 0.21 in collision rate.
I'm looking at 0.27 versus 0.15.
Always stop is at 0.21, right?
Always stop is not under consideration. So Stockbridge is a two-way stop.
0.15.
So that's roughly half of it. And so, firstly, let's get back to what problem we're trying to solve. At Stockbridge, I think it's only a safety problem, right?
It's also that it meets the traffic signal warrant. It meets the traffic signal warrant at that location.
But
and
what's the problem we're solving? I mean, there are 8 potential problems for a traffic signal warrant. Which problem?
So it was on this slide.
There.
So on Stockbridge, it is basically mainly related to the vehicle volume that we are trying to solve, and it is the operational issue. As you can see, it meets the warrant 1, 2, and 3, which is based on the 8-hour traffic volume on the roadway, as well as the 4-hour peak volumes and the peak hour volume.
That doesn't really answer the question.
Is it delay, or is it safety, or is
right?
it,
I mean, there's delay, there's safety because or something else, and for whom? Because because it looks like we'd be spending money to make it less safe based on the statewide averages. That's my inference from what I just saw, and so I want to understand better what problem exactly we're solving. Is it, for example, people on Stockbridge Avenue during rush hour who wish to turn left have a hard time getting out to do so, and therefore traffic backs up? I mean, that would be an articulation of a type of problem. Is that the problem?
The problem is the volume during the peak periods going north and south on Atherton Avenue, and also the side street traffic that are trying to enter into Atherton Avenue, making a left turn.
Into Alameda.
Into Alameda, sorry.
That the north-south traffic is
That's
continuing.
Right. Yes.
So when you say that's the problem, a traffic light doesn't solve that
No,
problem.
it affects whether or not the people that are on Stockbridge can turn.
Okay.
So the traffic volume.
Okay, so that is an articulation. And so is it the case that these people wind up having to wait way too long? I mean, do we know how long they have to wait?
Within the turn charts, and that the average weights in there.
Right. So
I think the way I understand it is it's not just the delay issue, but it's also the accident issue. So I don't know.
But the accident rate at that intersection is lower than the statewide average for that
If
type
you
of.
look at, I think
It's just
the data,
there.
if I look at the graph, right, and you look at the number of accidents that you see on Stockbridge here.
That's not the accident data.
Right, not that. There was another chart, right?
No, we've already been through that.
this is for Atherton Avenue.
No, for, I think you're talking about Stockbridge.
that one, yeah.
Yeah, this one.
So the 4 accidents.
Right, so if you look at Stockbridge Avenue here, you'll be looking at this and comparing it to what if you would have it if you're on a signal.
Right.
So you're avoiding collisions on Stockbridge if you had a signal.
Wait,
Firstly,
firstly,
Gary is pointing out is if you look at the last column,
the statewide
look at-
average.
if you look at the last column, the signalized averages are lower than the non-signalized.
Lower
averages.
safety, higher accident rate.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think we
Close to
shouldn't
double.
be we shouldn't be able to compare it like that, because as she pointed out that it's an average, statewide average, and when we are looking at intersections that have much lower volume, and then we are dividing it, like dividing the total number of accidents by the volume, right? So rate goes down. And for a signalized intersection, typically the volume entering into the intersection is much higher compared to a two-way stop controlled intersection. So it's not possible to compare it the way we are comparing now between the same column and looking at different rows, but we can compare it between the columns where we are comparing apple to apple.
If this is not the relevant data to compare to, do you have the relevant data to compare to?
Joy, can I? So when we look at it, it looks like we are trying to compare a two-way stop sign where the traffic volume is limited, and that's why you have a two-way stop sign. And when you put a traffic signal, the demands are much higher, so your probability curve also jumps up. With the increase in the demand, your probability of having a collision is also going to go up. So Joy is absolutely right, saying that there is no way we can compare a two-way stop sign to a traffic signal and figure it out whether we would be making the conditions worse or not. Because there is also a probability that if you leave that two-way stop sign when the traffic signal is met, and at some point the daily commuters and the drivers are going to start getting frustrated, and they will start missing or start ignoring the stop sign, and there can be a bigger probability of having a fatal accident or an injury happening at that time.
The replacement of two-way stop controlled intersections by traffic lights is something that has been going on for a long time. Surely somebody has done safety studies to indicate what happens before and after, right?
Right. There are documents like as the one you stated, where you have the informational guide and it states what % of reduction happens with the roundabout. Similar documentations are available for a signal. And if you look at the intersections that the accidents that are happening at this intersection, 3 of them are broadside accidents. So that basically means that the people who are stopping are trying to find a gap and entering into the intersection, but getting hit by the people who are not stopping on Alameda de la Pulgas. And that kind of accident gets reduced considerably when a signal is installed at the same location.
I believe that, but look, ultimately, when you guys make your decision, it's a substantial expense. Don't know if it'll be borne by any other entity. And if we're trying to solve a safety problem.
If I may, Gary, sorry to interrupt. So I guess what Gary is looking for is, like, for instance, maybe more relevant data would be if there is information available on the before. So now we have the after for Alameda de la Pulgas with Hull Avenue. Before that was signalized, what is the data?
Do we know when it was signalized?
Where you were going through this? I mean,
basically what I'm saying is that if
it's been there for 25 years,
the claim that putting in a traffic light will make things safer is a strong claim, and it should have strong evidence.
Okay,
and so just show me the evidence. I mean, before you spend $500,000 on something that according to these statistics looks like it's going to double the accident rate and roughly double the injury rate.
One suggestion I have, I agree with the total direction, one smart question, but one suggestion to get through the meantime, we might want to consider force ranking, if we decide lights were a good idea, force ranking them so that when we get to the position where we're making a choice about limited resources, we might say, yes, we recommended all of these, this one is actually, here's how we stack. You really should do this one first, this one second, this one third. Because we will not have the money to do them all at once.
Gary, if we look at this table, what I'm seeing is that every location where there is a stop control, within the town, there is an accident rate or there has been collision happening. And when I look at only the signalized intersection within the study area, there is not a single accident. So does that tell me, or should I assume that if we install a traffic signal, the probability of the collision occurring at a two-way stop or all-way stop is going to diminish? It's a statistics from the study area itself. But when you look at signalized, there are 3 signalized intersections with 0 collision in 5 years. And you have stop-way control and two-way, all-way stop.
Totally get it, but you've included data on here which makes the exact counter argument. right? That's the problem
Well,
Gary's having.
no, but he's right.
He's right, but at the same token, if you look at this, and you're right, you look at this thing and saying, wow, we should put four-way stops in everywhere because we put in signal lights, we make this space much more risky. And the challenge for me is, it's like, the reason you put lights in places is because you put lights in intersections that generally are dangerous. And so on average, those numbers are gonna be lower. But then, you know, and so what was that, what we don't have here is, what was the average collision rate at those intersections before we put a light in? If they were 0.21 and moved to 0.27, we go, what a stupid idea. But if they were 0.4, and then we put an intersection and they're 0.27, it's like, oh, that was a great thing, it made it safer. But we don't have that data, so you look at it, you're right, you look at this chart and you go, oh, what a terrible idea to put lights in.
Right. I think the comparison that we are making again between the rows is not the right comparison, and we don't have the exact data for the town of Atherton because we really have not looked at when
It's
these
reasonable to
signals.
assume our drivers are like most drivers.
No, what I'm saying is, it is difficult because we really don't know when like Hull Avenue signal was installed because we have to go back the date and then try to analyze the difference. But right, but we have done the same kind of analysis for an intersection in Stockton. We did the before and after study, and that study shows that with the addition of a signal and a protected phase, the overall accident rate goes down considerably. So there are studies that has been done, and it is done typically at the time when the signal is being designed and installed, such that you can do a before and after analysis at that point of time. It's very difficult to go back on time and try to find that information.
Okay, so under the California's intersection control evaluation guidelines, anytime you're considering putting in a traffic signal, you have to also consider roundabout. And it was addressed, and the same issue, insufficient amount of real estate. We had this discussion regarding the other intersection. There's something different about Stockbridge, which is it also has Stockbridge the ground is tilted, the earth is more tilted, which I presume also argues against a roundabout. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
One last point that will absolutely challenge you on average Atherton app drivers are about average. Having grown up in Southern California, it's a lot calmer up here in terms of the way you drive.
Well, that's moving on drivers. Everybody's above average.
Driving around LA, and you'll think it really
You might be comparing. Well, no, I don't know. Anyway, okay.
So time step one, but we got to make
Yeah,
sure.
we have to. I mean, we have a whole nother
Okay,
study
well,
to get through. So,
okay, so regarding the specific recommendations, so I think that the I think we could probably say, as a general rule, everything that was recommended but not contested by the board is probably a good idea for you guys to consider and then bring forth to the board with that.
What we want to, as one suggestion was made, prioritize the intersection Atherton of what we would say our recommendation, what would be the highest priority.
that would be great.
Yes, I think so. I have a few comments about that. I think, as I said, there are a lot of bicycles involved, which I think is, and I'm sure there's kids riding to Woodside or whatever. I think their suggestion of, making bicycle lanes with green things should be the first priority, because that's got to be the cheapest thing to do.
In the conflict zones.
On the road.
Improving the bicycle lanes, and they talk about green, and I just think that's something that would be top of the list.
Okay.
Inexpensive. And
But we need to be careful about what we do, because we've gotten a lot of, not here at the committee, but in general, everyone complains, who put those sharrows in and what? I mean, they don't refer to them as that because they don't know what they're called, but like everyone complains about them because they don't, anyway, so that never came before our committee, but the point is that there may be secondary effects that we don't realize. One issue about bike lanes is the cars can't legally go through them and in some circumstances it's useful to, and B, it can give bikers a false sense of security because drivers don't really know, don't necessarily respect them. So it's not. I think that's something that we should check our assumptions before going forward with. I don't want to be excessively cautious, but I think that these are recommendations to you guys. and you guys should, you know.
And I'm gonna say, generally speaking, the green markings are put in conflict areas. They're not put along the entire stretch. It's just I'm gonna say a visual warning device that this is an area to really be paying attention. And so you'll see them dashed up right near the right turn lanes or across major driveways and that kind of thing. But just to prioritizing those intersection improvements would be helpful. So I don't know if you have that.
So for Atherton, it is installing a signal.
Well, I don't think we ever came to a conclusion on Stockbridge and Alameda first.
Well, it sounded to me like the recommendation was towards the signal. It's just how far down the list is it? Is it Atherton?
I think Gary's suggestion was we're agreeing with the recommendations on all the Atherton lights. Now the question was, do we prioritize those? And Carol interjected on the prioritization of the bike lanes.
And so the prioritization was Atherton Avenue.
So Atherton.
Yes.
So I hear Atherton Avenue number 1.
As in terms of focusing on what to do as opposed to doing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because we first have to decide what to do before.
Yeah, and so along with that, we'll bring some additional information to council on right-of-way needs for the roundabout versus the signal.
And what I would suggest is, because what I didn't like about the Atherton model is it's a full-size roundabout. I mean, there's the smaller roundabout.
Yeah.
Full-size roundabout, here's how much property you would need, here's what it does. Smaller roundabout, because these numbers look good for the large roundabout, but I don't think we're going to get the large roundabout. It's going to be the smaller roundabout.
So we'll adjust the data for a mini roundabout.
Yeah, we'll HBA or both and just say, here's what a smaller roundabout is, but you know, does a smaller roundabout make these numbers almost equivalent, then maybe that makes it easier to make a decision.
Okay. Number 2 would either be Stockbridge or working with the county on Camino al Lago.
Because the only issue with Valparaiso was the left turn signal.
Which is outside of our jurisdiction.
So Stockbridge. Yeah.
So Stockbridge number 2.
I think it got the much worse rating. I mean, it was the E, not the L.
Okay.
One other thing with respect to Stockbridge that was not directly addressed, but in looking at the Google Maps thing, it appears that Stockbridge in the northwestbound direction does not have a separate left turn from right turn delineation in the road markings, and as a result, that has the effect of people waiting to turn left block people who want to turn right, and so if there's room there, it would be beneficial, I think, to try to create that segregation, which will help people get out and make right turns more readily.
Like westbound on Stockbridge.
Yeah.
Eastbound, northeastbound. In other words, people coming down the hill.
Down the hill.
The people wishing to turn left are always.
How many people are? Yeah. You have the volumes for that, right? So Stockbridge going eastbound has
294.
Which one is which?
Eastbound. So north is like Alameda de la Burgas.
So you have more than twice as many cars coming going westbound than you do eastbound.
Right. Okay, well, but I mean, I'm just addressing a different problem. So just so I can understand, is the
which way is Alameda? Which street's Alameda in that diagram?
So the north-south out here is the Alameda de la Burgas.
Up and down is Alameda.
So it's basically north is up and down, and east-west is therefore.
Yeah.
And so so you see, so 142. Sorry, the first number, is that AM?
That's the AM, and within the bracket is
so
the PM.
142 cars, and this is peak 1 hour period, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So
Those are making right turns, going southbound. So the majority movement in both cases is a right turn. And if you compare the number of right turners versus a combination of left plus through, there's a stark difference.
Yeah. So your point is the 15 people that are either going straight or left block the 142 who are trying to go right.
Well, when the traffic with the traffic signal there,
it
it'll
wouldn't, of course. But anyway, in the interim, it's worth looking at whether there's a backup in the mornings or not, because painting stuff on the road is one of the easiest things you can do. If it's not an issue, that's don't do anything.
It shouldn't be, because when you look at oncoming traffic on Alameda de la Pulgas, it's like 31 going left or going straight. So it's kind of fairly smooth, technically.
But there's a lot of traffic going in the other direction.
Yeah,
if you're turning left, you have to cross both lanes.
Okay.
I think a right turn lane would help, because there is 141 making left and 236 making that right, so they can do that together and not block, like the left turners would not block.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if there's, if the light were to go there, it'll be 2 years before it happens.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to switch over to
the longest session of the longest video.
A lot of interesting topics today. I'm going to top it up with mine. Icing on the cake. But, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. I know everyone is really, really tired, and I hope.
It may be, if you can really summarize, I think everybody read the documents, so
yes.
if somebody's got questions or something, that'd be great.
I like it. 2 minutes. Oh, yes. My name is Ruta Jariwala. I'm the TJKM. I am the project manager on this particular project. There are 2 components to this project, and let me get used to this first. Yes. So the quick agenda, goals and objectives of the project. There were 2 components to this project. One is the circulation and the safety element. We wanted to figure out what is actually happening in town of Atherton. And then the other one was a street classification. What is the street classification in existing, and what are we proposing to change it to?
Get a point up there. No, this way.
To the
oh, here. Sorry. The goals and objectives were to evaluate the existing traffic to make sure that we do understand the existing travel pattern with respect to where is the origin, where is the destination, where are the trips destined to, whether there is a cut-through traffic or there is no cut-through traffic, or is it just our perception. And then recommend the short-term and long-term improvements for efficient circulation to improve the operations as well as increase the safety for all modes of transportation. And then finally also to provide recommendations on functional classification, street classification. And that part of the presentation will be done by Colin. Just a quick overview of the study area. So everything in the boundary, which is the pink boundary, that was our study area, but not each and every road. We did consider the major gateways coming to our town, which is Alameda de la Pulgas, El Camino, Middlefield, because those are the gateways that actually bring the traffic to our town, right? There's no other way to enter the town but except for those 3 major regional routes that we have. And then we also looked at some residential collector and arterial streets like Atherton and Valparaiso to see whether there is a cut-through traffic through these streets or not, and what kind of recommendations could be made with respect to what are the current plans that are going on within the town. As a part of the study, As a part of the study, we did review a couple of other documents like general plan, which was adopted in 2002 because we wanted to look into the street classifications and then recommend our street classification based on that. We did look into the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, some traffic impact studies to make sure that we are not giving some recommendations which are conflicting with the other studies that have been done. And also we tried to see what is the data that we can actually pick from these studies. The data that we had picked was pretty old, so we decided that, you know what, for all the unsignalized intersections, let's go ahead and do some additional counts. So we decided that we would do 12 intersection turning movement counts for the peak period AM, midday, and PM, 7 to 9, 2 to 4, and 4 to 6. We collected average daily traffic for 15 locations, which is the 24-hour bidirectional count. We did some origin destination analysis, and I'll speak to a little bit in more detail in my forthcoming slides. Very quick collision analysis at these intersections. We looked into the existing street classification, proposed and existing bikeway network, and then transit facilities also. Just a map which Colin would speak to later in the presentation. Existing conditions showing the 12 intersections that were counted and evaluated, and the remaining 15 segments that were actually counted for ADT locations. So here is our acceptable level of service through the town. Level of service C for highway. The reason I say highway is because existing El Camino is listed as is classified as highway. Level of service D for minor arterial and collector street, and level of service C for local street. Out of the 12 intersections we saw, 8 intersections are not operating at an acceptable level of service, so they are unacceptable level of service. And just on the previous presentation, Joy did mention what is unacceptable and what is unacceptable. And the 4 are Valparaiso with University, Middlefield with Placitas, Middlefield with San Benito, and Middlefield with Heritage. They were acceptable level of service. We did do signal warrant analysis to see whether the warrants are met, and these are only for your peak period analysis. We have not conducted detailed 9 warrant analysis because our study was not really very focused. So this is the data we had, and we did that, and all these 5 intersections do meet signal warrant analysis.
Just out of curiosity,
yes.
Why did we do alligator outreach twice?
I'm not sure. I mean,
So,
we got the corridor study going 2 years ago, and this is a town-wide study.
Yeah,
Recorded
right.
Yeah. Probably not the most efficient. One of the overarching questions I had asked earlier, which I hope got conveyed to you, that I'd love to get addressed up front, maybe this is a good time saying, is as I was looking at the data, it showed that our traffic levels are down, that we have fewer cars going through town today than we did 3 years ago, which is incredibly, it doesn't feel right to me at all. And I don't know whether whether my assumptions are wrong or whether there's some of the data, or how should we read that?
No, so you are right. There are a couple of locations where the ADTs are lower than the previous time in 2015. But you have to think about our first, luckily, unluckily, our town is set right in middle of the other cities. Right? Now, yes, we living in the town, we think that congestion is right inside within my town, but that's not the case. The congestion starts even outside our town. So, right, no, but the point I'm getting to is that if they get more, definitely the volumes are up, so they are getting more and more congested. So the traffic flowing in sometimes reduces because of the congestion that is created outside.
That's
so
counterintuitive to me.
So it's not that, and the other thing is that, yes, there is a 10% variation every time when you do the counts. And we are looking at more, but again, that is because the congestion is created somewhere else. But to sum it up, our roads are at capacity. You cannot do anything more than, it cannot take any more traffic than we are taking today. It is kind
however
of.
bad things are, they can always get worse.
Yeah, they can always get worse, but there is a funnel, and now you cannot take any more traffic than we are already taking. There's no more room to move the traffic around.
So, and I'm stressing this, and I apologize, I just think it's really important as we talk about the next issues that come up. When I ran for office and did all that, my argument was all kinds of development going on around this town, we're bearing the consequences of that development. Traffic's coming through, you know, we're having issues like that. And then I look at these stats and I see, well, actually that's maybe not true. The basic, you know, assumption that got me into this office in the first place may have been false, because it feels to me like if you look at Redwood City and the unincorporated county areas and Menlo Park, there's a huge amount of development. So Stanford's now, I mean, there's a huge amount of development. And so even if our levels are flat over the last 3 years, that's counterintuitive to me. It feels like they should be that.
Sorry, just a quick question. This measurement, what was the before and what was the after? Was it all the same source? Was it based on tube studies?
It was based on tube counts, so the method of collecting the data was the same.
In the same locations?
At the, I don't think so that it would be the same location, because we don't know how was it, like, which were the exact locations that were calculated, that were counted in 2015.
Every study on all the cars on the gig services, Uber and Lyft, is showing that the majority of people that are using the services now are people getting out of mass transit, getting in cars. And so all those studies that are done have shown the traffic is increasing as a result of those things alone. And we see it, the number of Uber and Lyft drivers that are driving for a street. And it's just, and the traffic, without question, in the last 5 years has gotten far.
The other reason is also that we have also striped a lot of bicycle lanes through our town, right? And it does take some capacity away from our roadway segments too. Now you are driving slow. Maybe before you were driving at 30 miles an hour. Now you're driving 25 because you have another mode of transportation right next to you. So there are a lot of factors to this. We can't just say, oh, before it was this, because if the conditions don't change at all, then there is an apple-to-apple comparison. There are so many things that have changed through these couple of years that there is no real apple-to-apple comparison.
Well, one potential explanation, I was out looking again at the actual study locations. If those locations were had alternate routes around, then the existence of GPS and Waze and so forth would cause people to take other routes instead of the main collectors and arterials. And,
yeah, that's another good point. Yes, you're absolutely right, because now they know that this is a congested segment. Let me take another route, so they detour to even a smaller segment. That Waze would say, you know what, this would save you a minute. Yeah.
By the way, I want to apologize. I should start out by saying there's a lot of really good work in this, and I thought it was a great study. Thank you very much. So I jumped right into something, and I apologize. It's a good story, so yeah.
So, okay. Yes, so we did do data collection. Oh, sorry, I kind of lost my track. Oh, we did origin destination analysis. We did use the Streetlight platform for that, because it does give you a lot of data rather than just doing a license plate study, and you can really base your analysis on it. We have done that for other studies too, and we have found that it's pretty reliable.
Question, can you explain what their data source is? Because, I mean, my inference is that it's cell phone data, but could you explain a little bit?
Yeah, it is location-based service data. So any person having a cell phone and it has a couple of apps going on, it pings that data. And they collect all that data and then clean it up at the back end to make sure that you are having some valid data, and then they give it to you. So there are two types of data that we can use. One is the LBS, which is the location-based service, and the other one is GPS. In our case, we have used LBS because of the setting. GPS data generally gives you a better sample size for the commercial data, but LBS gives you a better data for our type of study that we are looking into.
But does one need to opt in to load an app that would do this, or is it basically a passive background activity In other words, that speaks to whether or not there's selection bias in the data.
No, no one has to load anything. So say for example, you have a Yelp app going on behind in your phone, then it will note your X and Y coordinate based on that app. So app.
When you open the app.
No, even though
ongoing, unless
yes,
you force quit it.
Yeah, no, even though it is going on in the background, there are options in your cell phone where you can say that it keeps on going or it stops. So there are so many apps that your cell phone runs.
Generally, to the app
so
on an iPhone has a setting that says, do you want to turn off the
right.
on? Do you want to turn off location services? And do you want this app to run in the background? Almost all of them come on running in the background.
Well, no, most
yes.
I mean, they've got an option to only track your location when you're in the app, and I always choose that to save battery. And so
there is an option where you can select that you can run the app when you are only on the app and then it shuts down, but there is an option also which is a default option that it keeps on running. So
anyway, just to summarize,
yeah.
so Streetlight makes a deal with all these different app providers to get the LBS data for
Streetlight gets the data from a bigger source called INRIX, and they provide that data to Streetlight, and then Streetlight cleans it up just for their purpose to give us the data.
That's interesting. Okay, I mean, I knew that INRIX was a provider of this kind of thing. I didn't realize they were an intermediary. Okay. Thanks.
So why did we think that there is a need for OND study? The need was we wanted to see whether there is a cut through our town or not, or is it just a perception? We wanted to validate that it is a cut through. Data was collected in the month of April 2017 because starting May 2017, 101 Woodside construction phase started. So we thought that that would disrupt the OND study a little bit, so we were better off taking the April 2017 data. And the origin destination gates were strategically placed based on whatever data we had bought from them. We had limited budget to work with, so we bought limited data from them, but we did make sure that all the major gateways were captured. I am going to kind of use two terms constantly through my presentation, is cut-through traffic and pass-through traffic. Pass-through traffic is the vehicular traffic that passes through Atherton by entering and exiting the town using the same street, versus cut-through traffic is if they do not use the same street and opt to use an optional street, which is a residential street, and then go to another street, then that's a cut-through. For example,
you know, again, I'm sorry, I think we did all read all that. I think.
Oh, is it okay?
It might be, you can,
since it's late, some of this you can skip.
We all received everything last week, so we read.
Oh, okay. So then the gateways evaluated were Alameda, El Camino, and Middlefield. The peak direction for Alameda de la Pulgas is southbound in AM and northbound in PM. We saw that the major traffic is actually a pass-through traffic. When we are unfortunate that that's how our town is located, and we saw that 90% of it was pass through, but then 6% was.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. So really, you can save your breath on this stuff that we already know, because we have done our homework.
So even this.
Yeah.
Just go to recommendations. Oh, okay. Good. Sorry, I didn't understand first.
They did their homework.
Okay, so based on the analysis and data we have collected, we recommend that on Alameda de la Pulgas, we provide a southbound restriction for Stockbridge and Pulhemis Avenue in AM peak only, because that was used as a cut-through traffic, so we thought that that would be helpful. But again, if we look into the previous study and if they are going to provide a signal, then this kind of recommendation would be a little bit difficult to implement with a signal going in. Next one is
sorry, could you explain what a southbound restriction means?
So
they're not allowing you to turn left across.
Yes.
Alameda de las Pulgas on to Stockbridge because it makes traffic backed up. So at certain times of the day you can't turn.
Yes.
Okay.
Go back to the last one.
Okay. Interesting. And but then obviously that defers the problem to a different location.
it would basically
It would be
restricting
through-
the left turns in the AM or during the peak hour. It's going to force Waze as well as Google not directing or showing an alternate route or the fastest way how to get to a destination.
Right.
But
And we
right,
have to.
so it just for traffic? So, if I could, as I understand sort of the big picture of what we're doing here in part is, it deals with the road classifications, and at least as I look at it.
No.
No, because I think the big issue we're addressing is whether we want to encourage flow, throughput on the, I forget the terminology, I apologize, on the big roads, the arterial roads, and to deter people from going on the local roads. And this appears to be at least one aspect of that, isn't it? Where we're trying to keep people out of the cut-throughs.
Right.
And try to funnel people through on the paths where we think they should be.
Is that the motivating factor, or is there, was the motivation to eliminate people trying to turn left when there isn't enough room for them to go around?
No, the motivation factor is exactly what he was saying, that we do not want them to use residential streets as cut through.
And is Stockbridge deemed residential, for example? Well, Bohemus is, right?
Yes.
And if you think about it,
Oh,
the consequence that has
that's
for
not within our
significant.
town.
If you live on one of the main streets,
Stockbridge
we're
is a
following
collector, I
traffic
think,
that's
right.
affecting
It's a
your
collector.
lives, your retail
Yeah,
lives.
it's a
But if
collector.
you don't, you get more cut through.
And
But it gets
also,
very,
No.
also you wind up,
There, on here it shows local, it's not,
having more traffic therefore on.
Stockbridge is on locals.
Has a map showing
I
local.
mean, so if you say you can't turn on Bohemus, it means you've got to turn on Stockbridge or you've got to turn on Atherton.
Right.
And that isn't necessarily meritorious unless there's a particular problem at the term in Bohemus. I mean, to me, the distinction is kind of arbitrary. So if you live on Atherton Avenue, we have decided that you should be worse off so that the people on Bohemus are better off.
That's the conversation.
I have a hard time justifying that. Does anyone have a good justification for that?
Well, I can say what it is, and that is that if you funnel traffic onto, I'm going to screw up your
No, that's okay.
But bigger
collectors
streets.
are.
Say you are talking, say for example, maybe Fair Oaks, Watkins, Atherton Ave, heading east-west and heading north-south. And you're talking El Camino, Avenue Las Pulgas, and Middlefield. Maybe there's others, but those kinds of roads. That if you live on those streets, you will see more traffic, and it will affect the quality of your life on those streets. But if you are not on those streets, the cut-through traffic will be eliminated. We'll have more neighborhoods that people safely walk their kids in, so you don't have the discussion start out with Fairview, for example. And I see that as sort of the conversation that this committee should be having. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? And what's the role of?
I don't think people are going to be out playing stickball. Finally, I mean, it's not. It's.
Well, you did your
No,
but
but that type of cut through is a particular type of problem. You got a traffic jam on Alameda Dos Pulgas and someone goes around, and the people turning on Bohemus, maybe it's. I mean, there's people. So the origin destination analysis, you looked at to what extent people were going to or from within Atherton nearby versus only going through. Is that correct? So you were able to differentiate the legitimate need versus the cut through need?
No, especially with the schools, with that many schools there, it was not possible for us to literally figure it out that, oh, this particular trip is going to just drop their kid off and then leave, because it's just such a less time that you cannot really figure that out unless we do another study that would be just zone specific. But again, if they do not stop there for a limited amount of time, then that would be a very difficult study to figure it out.
Yeah.
So out of this cut through percentages that we have, some percentage is of the other residents or parents coming and dropping their kids to school in our town, because as you know, we have so many schools.
Yeah, well, sorry, I guess in an origin and destination study, are you saying that when someone's dropping off their kid, it winds up not being deemed a destination because of the very brief period that they're there.
Right, because when you pick someone as at the origin, you are able to pick that same car at the destination also. So it's really hard to say that the destination is, yes.
And the definition of destination is where the person parks.
Right.
And if you're not really parked, then it doesn't see that as a destination, so it's hard to tease that out.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
leaving aside schools, were you able to differentiate, for example, people who might be going on to Polhemus for the purpose of getting to their home on Polhemus or versus going through Polhemus to get to somewhere else?
Yes, we were able to figure that out. Yes.
Okay. And you found that the majority were people trying to get somewhere else?
Only 10%.
We're trying to get
we're trying to use these streets and go to another street as a cut through.
So 90% were actually had
a pass through.
Oh, 90% pass through, 10%
turned off.
Turned off.
That's a great question.
What I'm trying to get at is, whether
that 10%.
I mean, whether if we did a turn restriction, would that wind up inconveniencing the residents versus benefit them? And that's.
Of the 10% that turned off, that cut through, how much of that was people just getting their houses, how much were people trying to make the connection from Alameda to El Camino, for instance?
All the 10% is actually starting at one origin and getting out of the town. So none of them are within the town, because if you are able to catch them at the destination, then they have not, then that means that is the traffic which is not stayed within the town.
But what we don't have then is, but you have that, the people that stopped at their homes in that, on those
we have not considered them, because that does not come as a point as a cut through or a pass through in origin destination. So let me explain this.
No, but that's the challenge for us is, Gary's point, how much are you inconveniencing the people? If it turns out that, those people that turn off are, 90% of the traffic on that cut through street, you'd want to stop it. Then if it turns out it's only 1 out of 10 of the people on the street.
Then we cannot.
And also, there's a core philosophical issue. I mean, today, but I work out of my house, so I don't add a lot of traffic. But when I drive, when I'm heading north on 280, I usually cut through Polhemus. Should I feel guilty about that? I drive within the speed limit. It's my right. I mean, why should that? Going out, I don't think there would be a turn restriction. Coming back, same type of thing would apply if there's a. If I were to be driving in the morning for some reason, and if someone's coming to my home on Atherton Avenue, why wait in the traffic jam at Alameda and Atherton Avenue when instead one could turn on Polhemus and go more directly to my home?
I think the argument is, you live in Atherton, you're a taxpayer, you're funding those streets to drive through these people that are on complete pass-through, are on streets that are funded by the state.
But I'm subject to the same term restrictions. And so the question is, we should only make
different question. I was answering different question.
Right. I mean, but the question, a core issue is who says that? Everyone's entitled to have the town try to minimize people speeding through their neighborhood, because that creates an unsafe condition, and it would be nice to have the police or whomever somehow make these people stop. But having the right to not have traffic, to therefore push that traffic off on somebody else and make someone else's life worse, that's where I have a philosophical.
I think that's the core of this, of the road classification system. But I think that's what the road classification system is.
But didn't you, like a year ago, also suggest the idea of having a kind of Pebble Beach monitor, like a camera system, and say that you could tax people to drive on?
If the law would allow it.
But that's the same thing. That's just putting a financial incentive to drive people to not drive on our streets.
Mike, the suggestion was simply, if we could have tolls for people passing through Atherton, and then use the proceeds to improve our roads and throughput and whatnot, then but I don't think we can. But if we could, that would be nice. But again, that you can selectively apply to residents versus non-residents. The issue I'm getting at is okay, but this is just
So
one
left turn
lane.
across
of
Middlefield.
this,
You can't turn right.
But I just think
Well, you turn
that,
right.
that turn restrictions just create such headaches for people.
Homework
And,
and
and,
Middlefield.
and forcing people into a traffic jam that, that they wouldn't necessarily, I mean, otherwise be in.
I think that's the issue. It goes with what you're talking about, increasing throughput on the arterial streets. And, you know, and by the way, it's what Menlo Park Service in Palo Alto is doing. It's, you know,
Is there any more like that throughout the town?
And I think
Yeah,
it is a
one.
knee-jerk reflex
There's another one.
reaction. Someone
Watkins,
complains,
or is it
okay, let's
Maple?
do this, and it's not well
Yeah, they'll
thought through.
commute.
in terms of second
Communal
order
Watkins in the
effects of
afternoon,
doing
4 to
so. And that's
6,
why I'm
no
trying
left
to
turn.
resist,
No left turn. That's a safety thing.
I
That's a
agree.
safety thing.
That's a safety. I have no issue there, but just to make a point is that people buy homes here because for most of them, it is a tranquil place to have your neighborhood, to be able to walk, your dog, your bike, all of that. And to the extent there's nothing traffic, it really undermines quality of life. People are running homes. And that's,
But
I hear that.
that is every neighborhood,
So,
though,
yeah.
up and down.
So
It's
how
not
we-
just that.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
And they are public driveways.
But also, but to say, that, I mean, but cut through, you know, we all cut through, I mean, is there anyone here who has never done, quote, cut through? Everyone, I mean, we all, I mean, we're all, when we are driving, typically, we're driving maybe 20% in our town and 80% out of our town, and often we're taking the routes that are recommended if we're not familiar with them, and you know, as long as driving safely is our duty, but to not having a duty to not drive on some street because, you know, these people deserve more tranquility than those people, you know, I don't think that's part of the social contract.
Well, through the chair, I'm going to suggest that there's a difference between using a street like Stockbridge as compared to no, what was the street that the Fairview.
Yes.
To get around. Okay, and so for example, if you're coming on Stockbridge, suggest maybe you're going to Selby Elementary. I have no idea, but that is a route that you're going to take there. The only reason to cut through Fairview is to drive on Fairview is either you live there or you're driving around Alameda. And so that
well, okay. Like I drive
Yeah.
on Fairview myself. Sometimes I have to say, should it be Fairview or should it be Linda Vista? I mean, but I take these cut throughs to get home because because why should I wait in this in the traffic jam? Because I'm not continuing north. I'm going. I need to turn right anyway, and so I turn right ahead of the traffic jam. I don't feel guilty about that. If I was speeding, I should feel guilty about it, but I don't. So, what I mean, that there are legitimate uses of cut through, of so-called cut through. I don't know if it fits into the definition or not. I'm not saying that we shouldn't try to mitigate the problem of Fairview because I believe it's material for those who are just doing a loop around. But so basically we need, this is a baby versus bathwater issue, okay? We can't, there's no change we make that won't have some adverse consequences, and so we just need to weigh those.
and it may be that by putting in the signal or a roundabout at Atherton, at Alameda, the need to make those changes would diminish.
Yes.
Let me also point out there are people in the council who believe we should not improve the throughput on Alpendos Close.
There's one person, right?
Yeah. And that's all quality of life stuff. There's nothing to do with it. And the argument is simply, the easier you make it, the more you'll get. It'll just be self-reinforcing. The town will become, lesser for all the traffic swings through it.
Well, so basically,
to let you know, there is another point of view that's powerfully held.
The notion there is, if you make it better, it gets worse. I mean, to summarize, and so that is, I think, let me parse the argument. Carrie Ruiz has said that if you put in the roundabout, you get so much more traffic that it would then that therefore the traffic would wind up being worse. I think that is insupportable logically. I think what is correct in, perhaps in his
Yeah.
thought process, is that if you had.
Just want to get back to the
Okay.
the topic.
But it bears on it. But what is important is the notion that, if you had a high throughput in both directions, that if you're trying, and the cars were coming at regular intervals, it might be hard, for example, to turn left. Or something he may not have articulated, if you have a lot of cars going straight through the roundabout and you're trying to come in from one side, it might be difficult to find a point of entry, which is, I don't know if he's brought that point up, but I think it's a
Yeah,
legitimate
he
point.
has,
Okay.
and you know, and crossing it, and just.
Well, but crossing them, that's a solid
And
problem.
the more solid point, I don't think you agree with, is that there's a difference in the quality of life for people who either live on that road or need to cross that road when traffic is doubled. No matter how smoothly it's going, when it's doubled, it affects quality of life.
Well, it can't be doubled. I mean, it's just that the roads won't support that.
So how would you put it into the context of this? I didn't get it.
Okay, well, there's, the second section here is of Alameda and Atherton, what to do there. So it bears on that issue, even though it's not directly.
So you're saying we shouldn't do it?
Which is.
These are direct.
To me, the road classifications, there's no reason to have road classifications if you're not willing to distinguish between roads.
Well, it's the first one too. I mean, you're seeing put a restriction and I'm turning left on Stockbridge and Believus to get people to stay on the main artery and not go off there. And that's like, that's the same thing.
Yeah, and I just, I don't buy that people should be forced to, into a traffic jam. And now, but again, though, if there was less of a traffic jam because of fixing that intersection, then I think that most of the problems there might evaporate.
Yeah.
So why don't we?
So it sounds like you're not in support of the first two recommendations.
Well, I'm not. I don't know if other people are.
Paul?
Anyone really feel that we ought to examine southbound turn lane restrictions?
Can't we finish the presentation and no?
Oh, well, we could.
Yeah. Or, but how much longer is it going to take beyond this?
There are three more.
What are the three?
Valparaiso and Middlefield.
We would get to the one-way circle around Sacred Heart School.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot on the plate. So, but I think, I mean, if you want to sort of get through everything and then circle back. I mean, is that the?
This is everything for Alameda de la Pulgas and Atherton. So if that helps.
Okay.
That's fine.
Finish.
We can finish.
Okay, so, but just to finish on southbound turn lane restrictions, anyone think we really ought to do that, or focus on that, or study that?
I think I'm for all the recommendations out there.
Well, right now I'm asking just a question about turn.
Southbound, yes.
So
some areas we're of differing opinions on the left turn lanes, the restrictions, but we're in agreement on the other things, it sounds like.
Well, we haven't really gotten to the
Okay.
other things. Okay, so do we want to debate it, vote on it?
I'd rather we vote, because debate, we're probably going to be here till tomorrow morning.
Okay, so southbound turn lane restrictions on both Stockbridge and Polhemus, on Alameda's Pulgas. All in favor, please?
Only in AM peak period.
Only in the AM peak period. All in favor?
Got one.
Okay, all opposed? Okay, and you're abstaining?
No,
And you're
I'm opposed. It's
Okay.
hard to agree.
Okay. Anyway, and hopefully it'll become moot by fixing the next intersection. So, okay, so when are we want to verbalize what you recommend?
Yes, so the next one is Alameda de la Pulgas and Atherton, and we have had a big discussion on that. We do recommend signalization of that intersection because of the right-of-way issue for the roundabout, at least squaring out the intersection and removing the pork chop and adding an exclusive westbound right. With, like, once you put the signal with protected left turn lanes on your north and southbound direction, then we would recommend an overlap with westbound right, because that would help the right turning vehicles to get out of there and not block
sorry to interrupt. I'm not understanding what you mean.
Okay.
So if we could parse that one, what does it mean to eliminate the pork chop for starters? I see that there's a slight tilt. The road, because originally they were, I think, non-aligned, and that's why it's the way it is.
The pork chop is the separator island.
So what we are suggesting is that we need to take out this free right turn lane.
Oh, I see.
And this pork chop island and square it out and add an exclusive right turn lane.
Right turn lane, yes.
What's the difference between the pork chop and it is a right turn lane? It just has a little island. What's the benefit?
The pork chop, basically what it does is, when you look at it, it's a yield sign. There is no stop sign on it. It's almost treated as a free right turn. So traffic coming or trying to make that right turn creates a friction for the through traffic coming through.
Oh, you're saying it.
So on your departing leg, you're influencing or impacting the capacity to a significant amount, and by having removing that pork chop, you have a limit line where the traffic has to stop before they make a right turn.
You're suggesting that in the context of a traffic light.
Yeah. Yes. That's correct.
Yes,
because
yes.
Under the current circumstance, it's beneficial, and I don't think it should be removed.
Yeah, and also we will increase the bicycle and pedestrian safety by removing the pork chop, because again, Caltrans does not allow any more pork chops because you're putting the bicyclist and the pedestrian right in the middle of all this traffic going around. So that would definitely make our intersection safer.
So by eliminating the pork chop, you have room to have a bike lane and a right turn.
Yes, and we can extend the right turn lane a little bit in that bush area so that we can have some stacking room available.
Well, and you eliminate a potentially dangerous crossing.
Crossing,
for pedestrians.
yes.
Well, right now there is no pedestrian crossing there, but.
Well, there's no marked pedestrian crossing there,
right.
But legally there's a
People do
crosswalk.
cross.
Yes, okay, although your pedestrian counts showed very, very few.
Right.
I'm not saying they're not important, but.
Yeah.
Well,
And
but in some cases that reflects the difficulty of the crossing, so.
Good point.
And along with that, once you do signalize this intersection, we are proposing that along with this left turn, that right turn lane goes as an overlap, so both of them can go together and we can.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow. So for flow, in which direction?
The southbound left.
Yes.
Going with the westbound right. So because you cannot make a U-turn anyway, so there is no conflict over there. But those two movements can go together, so your green is very efficiently used.
Oh,
So it's like Martian Middlefield.
Yes.
Martian Middlefield.
Martian Middlefield, yes.
Is the idea to wait, hold on. So you're saying through traffic and left turn traffic would have the same light?
No, the through traffic, the left turning traffic and the right arrow on the westbound right will go at the same time.
Oh,
Like we have
yes.
now at Martian.
Martian Middlefield.
If you're coming down from.
So you're turning left, coming this way on that, you can turn right.
Right.
coming
So you're
home.
just
Without
talking
any
about
conflict.
in the existent with a traffic light, you would have those phases.
Available, right.
That is so standard that it's not even worth articulating, right?
It's not a standard.
Yeah.
It's not a standard in a phase signal. We call it in traffic as an overlap phase. So recommendation is that when you design that signal, include or incorporate the overlap phase for that westbound right turn.
It doesn't come with a standard signal. You have to provide a provision for an overlap phase because that's how it has to be.
And one reason it's not standard is you can't allow left turn, or U-turns, I mean.
Right.
You have to
Right,
do U-turns.
exactly.
And under this scenario, would right on red not be legal? For westbound Atherton traffic?
Unless you had a sign prohibiting.
Right. Unless you have a prohibiting sign.
But you're not.
We are not.
It will be legal, right?
Yes.
It is legal
It
unless
is
it's
legal.
prohibited.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, you're just telling them when the traffic is going left off of Alameda, you've got a free right, you don't even need to pause, no yield.
Yeah, you don't have to stop. You don't waste that second to stop and yield and then go. You just go.
Yeah. Okay.
And then there is another option that you can do is if you are going to go with the previous study option and this, then you can start metering the lights going through the town. That way, you know, you are letting only a certain amount of traffic passing through the town, making sure that they all go through before you send another.
I don't understand what that means.
So
I mean, on
once
the
you-
highway, I understand what metering does, but in this context, I don't.
We can do the same thing with the signalized intersections.
We make red lights for everybody because it's
Not-
like too much traffic in afternoon.
Not make red lights for everyone, but not provide oversaturated condition green time for everyone. So
Don't
you
give a
can
green light if there's traffic is completely stopped in front of you,
Exactly.
you can't go anywhere. Turning light
Yeah.
going the other way so traffic can.
Right.
In other words, to try to avoid gridlock.
try to avoid gridlock and provide that gaps for the other streets. Yes, and do it at the speed limit, and that will help the other minor streets in the middle to find
Put
that
people
gap
out of
to make
business.
that turn that
Sure.
you are not able to make today.
So, sorry, so how would you change the light phasing to try to create a downstream gap for a car you don't even know is there? I mean, what,
There's almost
It's a traffic pattern.
Yeah.
It's a great.
You predict the car will be there.
So in other words, you're saying that, that even if there's no car trying to make a turn, occasionally you make an arbitrary red light in order to create
Yes.
a gap for a car that might be there.
Right. So we know that the conditions are really bad during the peak period. So we do that only during that peak period, that you are limiting number of cars entering in with that limited green time and not allowing everyone to just pass through.
Have you seen my TED Talk recommending a new type of traffic sign?
I need to see that.
We've all seen it. We've
Well,
all seen it.
this would help address that very
It's
problem.
4.5 minutes, so you'll get it on the way home.
Okay.
From 2010, anyway, yeah,
Okay.
Okay, well, understood.
Right, and then there were other traffic calming measures that we also recommended is installing class 2 bike lane in one direction along Atherton Avenue. In the future plan, there is a class 2 bike lane in future in both directions, but if we can accommodate in one direction, we can do that. Roundabout at the intersection, but definitely not enough right of way, and we're going to study it in more detail. And the other recommendations were rumble strips, speed tables, and bulb outs. But again, you know, they do have conflict with the Menlo Fire Department, so we couldn't proceed with those. So now you can vote.
And what's the question?
No, rumble strips, those are the bumps down the middle. And that, if I
No.
They're the
I mean,
grooves.
there are some, aren't there, on
Ye-
Ocean Avenue across?
No, rumble strips are little grooves on the
Grooves.
side of the road.
Right.
That if your wheel goes over it, it makes that loud
It
noise.
makes-
Yes,
it
it makes a
sense.
loud noise.
But you can make rumble
And-
strips with the
And
RPMs
they
too.
like that in the center, median?
Yeah, because you remember how everyone was complaining that people are crossing over and then going on the other side. So once, you know, you keep on hearing that, people, it kind of
It's a reminder.
it kind of discourages them to go on the other
Well,
side.
Menlo Fire doesn't have
Like
an
a
issue.
But-
departure warning.
Why is the fire department?
Menlo
That-
Fire
that-
doesn't have an issue with those.
The speed,
Oh.
depending on how the speed.
But
Speed
it's a
tables
noise
and bulb outs, I
pollution.
think.
They don't like
The rumble strips are more gonna be a complaint that you're gonna get from people who live in front of
Right,
us.
and
And bulb outs,
but what problem is that meant to solve, the rumble strips?
Wake people up from.
No, I understand the
going over,
problem it
but-
creates, but what problem is it meant to solve? That's not clear to me, how.
It's when people are crossing over, so they woke up saying you're not gonna cross over
for
or pass,
people.
or people try and pass, so it gives you alert, and that's what they're made to do, it's
So
just.
I understand that, but I mean, in the context of this intersection, I'm not.
It's not for the intersection, it is
It's
for
just
the
for the stretch.
entire Atherton
Oh,
Avenue.
right,
It's
right,
for the
yes,
roadway
yes,
segment.
Yes, right, so, okay, but then, does the rumble strips would be, in what locations do we have an issue of people crossing over?
We didn't study to that focus
Okay.
level, but we are saying
Okay.
that could be one of the
It's a tool.
options. It is a tool that could be used.
Yeah, right, okay.
But just going back to the earlier conversation, so Atherton Avenue is a main street. So you start putting speed humps on stuff like that, speed
No,
tables.
that wasn't, actually, that's not what's being recommended here.
That, speed tables.
No, but sorry, what?
We are not considered.
It is-
We looked
in
into it,
traffic
but
calming improvements, these are not specific to this Atherton Avenue
Just in
area.
general.
Right, so it's only the first bullet that is talking about class 2 bike lane in one direction along Atherton Avenue. And then, and then the roundabout addresses that, but then the other recommendations has to do with the rest of Atherton.
Right, right.
Okay.
Right, so you're saying you didn't do it because the fire district would oppose, is that what this is?
We didn't do speed tables.
Sorry, that's what
We didn't do speed tables because of that noise pollution. That's the reason why we are not proposing rumble strips, because of the discussion that we had. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, so regarding class 2 bike lane in one direction along Atherton Avenue, so I assume it's not two directions because there's not enough.
There's not enough right of way.
As one who does bike along Atherton Avenue, tell me, has it been shown that that a class 2 bike lane, take the same street, draw a line on it, are the bikers safer?
It at least gives the bicyclist a dedicated travel space to travel without any conflict, because that is seen.
But that doesn't answer my question, because it gives a false sense of, it could give a false sense of security.
It substantially increases the number of cyclists.
Okay, that's a benefit.
Yeah.
And flexibility for them to use that particular.
But is that a known thing, that even if it doesn't make them safer, they're not, I assume it doesn't make them less safe, right? Is that a fair statement? Yeah. Okay. So, and it would, okay, well that sounds like a benefit. And there is enough remaining width that the other lanes wouldn't be too constrained.
Conceptually, that what we have seen, yes, but then we don't have the exact actual drawings to lay that down.
Okay, but have there been any sample measurements of the width of the street to make that determination?
Yes, we did that, but again, we don't know what is the exact right of way we need to consider. So it's still.
Just through the we have our bike and ped master plan that kind of outlines the recommendations for putting in the class 2 bike lanes
in the future
on Atherton Ave.
And based on your street classifications, the right of way, the public owned property should be about 50 feet wide. So the pavement width is about 25.
It doesn't fit on the existing pavement. It would require widening to do it.
Right.
Okay. And well, as a biker, I like the idea generally where it fits.
So you want to vote for the alternatives? You want to vote for the recommendations before we move further?
Sure. So we didn't actually make any decision regarding the Alameda Atherton one. I think that the issues, the same issue remains in front of for staff regarding looking at the roundabout.
That's going to happen anyway.
Right.
I mean, didn't we already vote on?
Yeah, I think it.
Right, and most of these are, if you do a traffic light, then you would do X. So let's punt on that.
I do think they need to vote on this since it's a different presentation.
Well, isn't it true that the signal installation or roundabout might be 10, 15 years out, and these could be more viewed as interim measures, perhaps?
Which things?
Pork chop?
I mean, the pork chop change is something you'd only do
if you have a traffic light. So just to clarify, we already got the vote on the turn restrictions. We actually did already get a vote on whether or not to put in a signal as a priority on the last study. And if you're in agreement with that implementation, that the other recommendations go forward, then that should be sufficient.
So that's a yes on all of that.
If signal installation isn't necessarily going to happen immediately, how many years out might that be?
At this point, we don't know. That would be, but it is their first priority along this corridor. So that I think is.
But as we move on, there's other priorities like on Middlefield that we're going to get to.
Yeah.
But,
and then we are okay.
You said that you think, as a matter of process, we need to make a specific vote on this.
I think it's a different presentation. I think you do need to vote on that section there.
Well, can I make the resolution that, that if it is determined to do a traffic light, that we will consider all of these recommendations? That do it?
That would.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, if he's saying there's a vote, this one's saying recommendation is a signal, so we have to vote on the signal again too.
Well, we don't wanna say, no, we don't recommend a signal, because we put it to them to say, will a roundabout work, and if it won't work, then a signal. I think we can say, we've given sort of an if-then statement, right?
I don't think we prioritized a roundabout or a signal.
Okay.
Did we? Let's just go on with what it says here, and we can say yes or no.
Is it a process problem to say no, have a vote saying no, we don't want a traffic light? I mean, since we might want a traffic light?
Is your issue the traffic circle, or is it issue?
No,
okay,
I
so
think
it's
I'm perfectly
confused.
fine with recommendations. Is that what you're asking? I was just
No, so-
commenting in his question of, are we prioritizing a signal or a roundabout or something?
Yeah, what I said is that the report said roundabout won't fit, not enough space, because it has to be this big, and a mini roundabout doesn't have certain benefits, and so the recommendation, which I thought was generally agreed, is we'll look at in between sizes and what and then in general, the state of California does, as part of their intersection control evaluation process, recommend roundabouts where in lieu of traffic lights where they will work, and so the idea is figuring out will it work, and if it won't work, then we're back to a traffic light. Sorry. Okay, so my recommendation is that that our vote be, if we determine to do a traffic light, then we strongly consider these recommendations. And if that's an acceptable decision to vote on, then shall we vote on it?
I guess I'm trying to get a sense of the committee. You have a very strong preference for traffic circles. I'm trying to say if we're going
roundabouts. The traffic circles are different. They give roundabouts a bad name.
So I'm trying to get a sense of it, or do we feel more strongly, the rest of us feel more strongly that we kind of see where this one, we just want to vote for the signal, and that's what I can't figure out. You guys are being kind of coy in terms of.
Could you rephrase your question, Joe?
Are you at this point ready to say just for the traffic lighting, or are you with Gary on? We want to direct the city to go back and do more evaluation and look at traffic circles and more roundabout. Sorry, because that's what I can't.
I think I'm ready to go with the recommendation, though, I'm not as into roundabouts as Gary is, but on the one hand, I do have a little bit of a preference for roundabouts in the context of, I think it's probably better on gas vehicles, because you don't need to stop it.
I'm not even sure they need to vote on this. I think they just need to look at the different areas with recommendations and decide which one is one, which one is two. We're wasting too much time doing this.
Go forward with still further evaluating the roundabout.
Let me put it this way: if it's not going to be too much of an effort in terms of time, effort, and money, then Otherwise, if it's going to take a lot of time and effort and money to research, then might as well just go ahead with this.
Partly maybe.
I'm against analysis paralysis.
Partly, I'm just trying to ask whether we're asking people to waste their time, because I have a feeling based on the conversation, I don't think anybody at City Council is going to direct them to look at the traffic circle at that intersection.
There's only one.
The answer is either we can do it, in which case I think people would want to look at it, or we can't. I think it involves acquiring land. The answer is going to be no. But I'm just guessing about what it feels like. So I don't anticipate it.
Okay.
Well, I definitely agree with Sriram. And I think there's no way they're going to spend money on land. But a traffic roundabout is a wonderful idea if it is feasible. Thing that isn't analyzing for another year. So, but I just thought we weren't prioritizing one over the other. We were saying yes, we support doing something first.
I was just trying to short circuit. If we were doing something that was just gonna waste time, it's just gonna go in and it's just gonna disappear and we're gonna get a traffic signal, so it sounds like no. So, then,
Okay.
Okay, and the last one, install class 2 bike lanes. You good?
I think it, since that isn't that also the recommendation that was made by the master plan?
It's on the master plan. Yeah, it's on the master plan.
It is.
So that's,
So it's already-
ratify that?
Yes, we did.
So that's not-
Okay, so the next one is Valparaiso. We did do the signal warrant analysis. Again, it does meet the signal warrant analysis at both Emily and Elena. But along with the signal, for it to get to an acceptable level of service, we would need an exclusive eastbound and westbound left turn lane, because right now the through traffic is so heavy. The reason those two intersections are not operating at an acceptable level of service is because people are not finding gaps to make the left turns or the right turns from in and out. So along with the signal, we would need those left turn lanes going into.
Also need mental park restoration.
Yes, yes. There were other options just looked into, but we have to do additional evaluation, is looking into the one-way circulation loop between Elena and Emily because of the school, and probably that could be another study that could be conducted to see if that could make the traffic operations better. And definitely the remaining one I'm not going to go through because it's the same.
So is the one way, are you recommending it or are you recommending to look at it?
No, the recommendation is to further evaluate it.
So, one thing at this location that I have recommended in the past to staff, and I would recommend again, is whether or not we put in a traffic light there, to make a separate eastbound, westbound turn lane at those intersections, because today, as in with many intersections in Atherton and elsewhere, the left turners block the right turners, it would shorten those queues, and ultimately lead to a safer condition, because when people have been waiting a long time, they feel a little social pressure from people behind them to make an unsafe turn. And sophisticated drivers often know they just need to make a right turn and then do a left turn, and do a U-turn or a left turn, whatever. So in general, that type of thing should be done at many intersections, in particular those two, in my opinion.
Okay, we can definitely add that in. The only constraint will be again right of way constraint, that we don't know whether there is enough right of way to actually even separate them out.
But you've recommended here that we do that.
I've recommended for the eastbound and westbound on Valparaiso, not on Emily and Elena.
I see. Okay. Well,
that would be north and
okay.
southbound.
Yes, right. I understand. Okay. Okay. Well, then what I'm suggesting is different, and not what you're recommending. So.
My only challenge is, I feel like cart before the horse here. If we're going to study the one-way circulation, that one is completely changing things, and you may not need to put a light in one of those streets once that becomes one way. And like you said, lights are permanent. And I would prefer to study that one-way concept
before,
and then look at whether you may only put one of them in, because I think you'll still need one because of the left turn. But if people are only going into the street, and you're turning off of Valparaiso, you can have a left turn lane that you have a place for people to go when people are going straight past them. Whatever street that is, that's a one-way street. You're not dealing with traffic coming out of it. It's not going to be as challenging as it is today.
I think for each one of them we can just prioritize it. That way this will go above the other one. We do this before we do the second recommendation.
I'm just voicing my opinion. I don't know if there are people who think about it.
No, it is a good idea.
I have a question. This is about peak. You mentioned peaks here. And those intersections, I think, are particularly susceptible to schools.
Yes.
So it's really, I think, about a 15-minute window twice a day.
35.
Yeah, it's more than a half hour.
Well, I mean, I know I drop off kids at that intersection and sit in it, and if I'm 10 minutes late, it's not a problem at all. So maybe I'm at the tail end of that, I don't know, but you know, I've been there, St. Joe's, and then you know, the lower school at Sacred Heart, which have slightly different start times, and I think it's a very tight window. I've just done it for my kid, I do it again every day. So I don't know how that plays out, but
May I make a recommendation? I would like to, I recommend, I mean, the low level of service has to do with people who are on Emily and Elena who are trying to go onto Valpo, right?
And both directions, even people who are on Valparaiso, trying to make that left turn onto.
Really?
Yes. Yes,
But
it's
just
very
because of the
difficult because the
oncoming
the through volume is pretty high.
But the people who are making a left turn off of Valpo, they only have to wait for a gap in the oncoming traffic.
But that's because you do not have a separate left turn lane. People who want to go through get stuck behind that one car who wants to make that left.
And
That's
to
more
your
so-
point, during that period, even El Camino gets impacted because of this.
So, but to your point, we can alleviate that issue just with additional paint on the road, and maybe a little widening of Valparaiso without having to put in a traffic light.
No, because even though you have a separate left turn lane, yes, you will keep on going through, but eventually the width of the road is not that much that you can have extended left turn lane. At the most, you might be able to give like 50 or 100 feet, but after that, after those 4 cars, again, you will be in the same situation where people are stuck after the 4 cars.
And that is that, my memory, that's much more of an issue at Elena than at Emily, because Emily gets more gaps because it's closer to university and traffic light university.
Yes, and I think they have more right turning traffic than, yes.
There's a funky middle of the street curve on one of those where that left turn is actually pretty hard to make. I think so. I don't know why that's there.
Well, but I think, well, it wouldn't solve the problem. I think it would ameliorate the problem to have to put in a left turn lane off of Valpo for those 2 streets, right?
Say that again?
It would, even without having a traffic light, would it not make things better to have
Not
that
as
turn?
much, because there is no room. You will, at the most, you will be able to accommodate 3 to 4 cars.
And that isn't better than
No.
It's better than 0, but it's.
It is but you're not going to gain a big, like a magnitude-wise bigger benefit with that.
Well, I mean, everything's a cost benefit, and the cost of paint on the road is low. Cost of traffic light very, very high, and so that's.
Neighbor complaints that make a one-way street very high.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually curious on one-way street. You don't think that people would accept one-way streets, and we don't have any?
I don't understand the rationale, and so it's without knowing the benefit. I don't know I mean, I can understand the drawbacks. I don't know what the benefits are.
And the benefits to the one-way loop would be what? Smoother
We would be eliminating some of the conflicting movements, and that would help us to find those gaps that we are looking for at this point. By making them, like maybe everyone going to school, we can make them all go turn right, because that's not your conflicting movement, and that way you having everyone go right and create that gap that you need in your through movement even before they get to it's that first one, Elena, so that you don't have that many people making right on Elena. That way you get that gap for through movement to make the left from Valparaiso to Elena. So you would have to study it, which direction you exactly want that one-way loop to be, whether it's eastbound or whether it's westbound.
Yeah, I would imagine that the residents who would have a lot of say on the subject wouldn't be very positive about that, because
it's a long way around.
Yeah, it is, and that's it. to solve a very short duration of the day problem, it forces you for the rest of the day to have to.
If you lived 2 houses off of Valparaiso on Emily, and you had to go all the way up to Elena and come around to 2 houses away from Valparaiso, I don't think that's gonna go over well.
Peak hour return restriction.
I love the creativity, but I just don't think it's.
I don't think so.
Actually, it'd be great to get a vote on that if people.
Yeah, you want to
No, just on one street.
I move that.
Just on one street.
2 streets, because you're dealing with Emily and
Looking
Elena.
at the Elena thing, I should say.
But if you do a peak hour, no left turn on from Valpo.
How do you guys feel? I'm fine with it. The question before us is whether to not even consider the one-way thing.
Right, I'm fine with not considering the one way.
You too?
That's fine.
Okay, so all
Okay.
in favor or all? Okay.
Did we talk about,
Address the signalization.
can I go back,
Oh,
did we talk about the signalization and also the bottom items, the rumble strips, speed tables, and bulb outs?
Yes.
Which streets are we considering calming?
just Valparaiso.
That's not really, I mean, we're entitled to one side of the street, and I don't, what is the problem there? I mean, people complaining about speeding?
It is over congestion just because during that school peak hours.
So,
Yeah.
but these things deal with speeding, right, not congestion. The rumble strips and
They were not
the speed
considered.
table.
Other options
We,
not
we
considered.
have not considered those options.
So why are we voting on those?
Why are they even there?
We don't need to be considering that.
Okay,
Right,
so
right,
the
we don't
bottom
need
ones
to
are not.
consider those.
Okay, we
Yeah.
won't consider that.
How about the signals?
Oh, no signal, we need a,
Vote on the signals.
So let's be clear, what, the problem has to do with the low level of service, and specifically, it's the level of service of people, on those, on the Atherton streets trying to get onto Valparaiso, right?
yes.
Okay, so my recommendation would be for us to try to segregate east and westbound turn lanes through the clever application of paint on the road and maybe a little more asphalt where we can, to see if that will reduce the delays getting onto Valparaiso. By the way, another potential approach is to create a time of day left turn restriction, so that we've just during that short time of peak period, force everybody to make a right turn. I'm not saying I love that idea, but that would make the delays, I think, substantially less.
But again, you are talking about providing the turn pockets on Elena and Emily. But here we are talking about eastbound, westbound, left turn lane on Valparaiso.
Well, okay, so, sorry, let me replay what I believe the logic is. The logic of putting in a signal is to make it easier, improve level of service for the people trying to get onto Valparaiso from Emily and Elena, right?
It is both ways, from Emily and
Okay,
Elena
right.
onto Valparaiso, as well as from Valparaiso onto Emily and Elena.
Okay, right. And is it, I don't recall what the level of service of those intersections is.
Right now it's F.
In all turning directions?
Yes. Overall, the intersection.
What?
Overall intersection is F.
For both intersections?
Yes.
And so for the left turners also, okay. And that's interesting. Okay, well, not, since I don't drive there from in the morning side, I was unaware. So,
You know, my biggest challenge is, like you said, it's a 15-minute to 30-minute problem. You know, and so throwing 2 traffic lights that are there all day long is.
well, keep in mind that they would be green all day long in the absence of there'd be a road sensor.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
But the point is the expense related to putting up the lights.
Which I believe is about $500,000 for light, is that correct?
It's a little bit more now.
More?
Yes, a little bit
How
more.
much?
About 700.
Okay, and that excludes the cost of getting Menlo Park to agree.
Well, the one.
Oh, they could share.
The residents of those streets should pay for those.
Actually, the benefits are conferred.
Really quick.
Pass
This
this.
is a Sacred Heart School issue that's causing this problem. Well, but it's happening during that period of time.
Yeah, no, but I think it's going to be safely said that Atherton residents who are trying to leave in that direction, all, they have to get up Falcon.
Right.
So, anyway, so, well, it's a large expense. It's
El Camino's backed up. Sometimes El Camino's so backed up that people will actually cut through that high.
Okay, so what, I'll just ask the question, but we beat up Encinal School because they're not working with us, they've staggered their schedule, they're not doing this. How much effort has been done with that?
I think at least in turn, my understanding of Sacred Heart and Menlo have been very, very receptive to a lot of the recommendations we've made over the years.
I am. I think that so far a reasonable case has been made, which is not the same as let's go do it. I think that it's worthy of further study and getting and if staff thinks it's worthwhile to then get the residents' input and so forth. But let me just also ask, per ICE roundabout wouldn't fit there.
We did not look into roundabout at these locations.
Harry, I'd like to interrupt and say
Yeah, because
maybe a better idea would be to first try out your paint and the vector.
Although that only addresses people getting out onto Galpo, not the ones trying to get in.
Yes.
So that is but I think that it'll be ages before any light were to go in. So I'm all in favor of doing the paint thing, and paint maybe the last one.
I don't want to get pushes force ranking all the time. We're about to have a Middlefield. There's 2 proposed lights down there, and again, we don't have money to do all these things anyway. So it might be a useful exercise to say this one's a higher priority.
Well, one thing we should do is come up with a rubric for ranking. And I think that the most logical way to do it is to basically multiply delay times number of cars over the course of a day, a year ideally. But the point is that if it's a 15-minute problem, then the number of cars is ultimately going to be small, even if the delay is long. So ultimately, by multiplying this out, then we will understand how bad of a problem, and that to me would be a consistent way to compare which intersections.
So is that the recommendation? Other than if we completely disagree and say no to one of these, we just say, yeah, we understand the traffic problems there at these lights, and the lights would fix this problem, and we recommend that the town use a metric that does that measure, that comes up with one that. This is come back to us.
Yeah, but look, this committee is only advisory.
Right.
So the advice is to do, and it's up to the council to say yay or nay.
And then there's also the citizen input, right? Resident input.
Yes.
And if they, there's a whole, they can throw a wrench in the whole thing.
Absolutely, and what people like or dislike is semi-random.
Yeah, because we've seen that in the case of the Las Lomitas and related areas, right?
Yeah.
Walsh Avenue.
Sure.
Very local.
Yeah. Anyway, but so to be more precise with respect to the ranking algorithm, so there would be a comparison of before and after conditions. The amount of the delay, the total delay before versus the projected amount of delay afterwards, and you measure the degree of improvement in people's lives based on that delta, and that would be how you'd weigh the benefits. The costs are whatever the estimated costs are, because some intersections may be more expensive than other intersections to do a given change, and and that creates a cost-benefit ratio, and then we rank by we do that which has the lowest cost-benefit ratio. Yes?
I was just wondering how your roundabout discussion would fit into that comparison.
And in my opinion, I believe it's the case that roundabouts cost less than traffic lights.
Well, it depends. They can be more expensive.
Yeah.
Well, of course. I mean, how much does a building cost? It depends if they're big or little. I mean, the roundabout at the intersection, Highway 80 in Truckee was $5 million, but that included an exit ramp. You can do a mini roundabout with just some paint on the road, and some not.
This is the last one.
So I mean, there's a wide variety of possibilities.
Okay. So what's the signal? Is the signal no? It is yes with a ranking. So the signal is, what's the final decision on the signal? The two signals?
I move we do not recommend it. It's too costly, low on the list, but.
My recommendation, firstly, all signals need community input, but in general, I mean, if after doing the proper intersection control evaluation, if a roundabout should always be considered by California guidelines, if the roundabout is not well, for either traffic signal or roundabout, the same cost-benefit analysis, I think, is advisable, and I think that a decent case has been made for the existence of a traffic light here. The only question is whether it's more beneficial than doing something else somewhere else. So that's a matter of rank.
And one note related to the street classifications: if the Middlefield locations are intersections with collector streets, that would argue for those being higher priority signal locations. Whereas in this case, the side streets are local streets; they're not collector streets.
I think I would focus less on the terminology and more on since they're collector streets, the total number of vehicles would be much greater, and therefore the benefits would be much greater. So,
you mentioned about that you take the delay and multiply with the total number of vehicles and do the projections what the before delay is and after delay is. So what time period we need to look for the delay? Are we talking about a peak 15 minute in 24 hours, or are we talking about average delay throughout the 24-hour period?
I mean, what I said was ideally you'd integrate over the entire year, but if you don't have the data to do that, then I think looking at over a course of a week, a representative week would be reasonable. And if that's too hard to measure, then a standard day, a weekday. But the idea is to hedge against our trying to solve throw a lot of money at a problem that only has short duration and a few number of affected people. Then the idea is to just to try to quantify the benefit. I'm suggesting a rubric for doing so.
So just for clarification purpose, when we take the average delay or count the average delay, you meant that we need to observe out in the field manually.
Okay, it's a good question. Because
and if we are doing it manually, then you realize that at the beginning of your peak 15 minutes, the first car delay can be lower than the 10th car approaching the intersection. So I think it's a tricky thing when you start observing out in the field, and when you start doing all these calculations, anyone can challenge it and prove it that the calculation or prioritization is not right. You can get into a big legal issue later on because of something what you did and prioritize an intersection at number 1 and number 5, a couple of accidents, someone getting hold of this and coming behind the town, then why did you prioritize number 1 when number 5 was meeting the signal really?
Do you have a better suggestion as to how the town should rank its and prioritize its capital projects?
I would suggest that the way it's been prioritized right now and the practical methods are, because most of the CIP projects, when there is a traffic signal, it mainly looks at two things: the delay based on the data collected and a safety, and what is the need. And I think we should stick with those three criteria while defining prioritization for your CIP. So it's just a suggestion.
What is CIP?
CIP is a capital improvement program where the council allocates the funding for every project that needs to be accomplished or been implemented in the next year or a 5-year period.
So I'm missing how you compare them. I mean, are you saying you sort of look at all the numbers on a chart, eyeball them, and then vote on
I'm
them?
not saying that we need to eyeball it. What I said was that based on the existing data what you collect, you calculate the level of service using the standard methodologies which are all over the country, which is basically looking at the highway capacity manual, which has guidelines how to calculate the delay. We need to stick to that.
Okay.
You take the delay, what you get from the highway capacity manual, you look at your collision analysis, what are the problems, whether they are rectifiable by installation of a signal, and then the third one is what are your needs at that particular intersection, because there might be sometimes that because of the two factors, you might be not addressing your ped and bike needs. Sometimes traffic signal, you need to install it only for serving the different modes of transportation.
Yes.
And I think we should stick to that. And as I said, it's just a suggestion. It's up to this commission and to the council what they want to adopt for the town. Right?
I appreciate the suggestions, and in particular there are other factors other than vehicular delay in play. It would be helpful for the town to have a way to compare the different priorities. I suggest that using the existing data, we do try to do that multiplication of delay times number of vehicles in order to compare the benefits, because I think that's a useful thing to have, and I'm not suggesting collecting additional data, because if to calculate level of service, you have some delay numbers.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. It's a good way to do it, but the dilemma or the problem what we have is when you look at the delay for the AM, midday and PM, all three of them are different. And I'm talking only about the 3 peak hours in a day. There are remaining 21 hours in a day where your delay is going to be significantly lower. How do we project that? And with the limited resources, with the limited funding, and the limited data what we have available, those are basically assumptions on a predictive model.
Right.
And are we willing to move forward with something which is based on assumptions?
Yeah, good question. On Google Maps, at any moment in time, one can look at what it's saying is the level of congestion or not, and they do have aggregate data for different times of day.
You're absolutely right. It's only on roadway segment. It's not at an intersection.
Right, but using that, when you look at the color and the length of that leading up to an intersection, one can, from that data, one can make clear inferences as to what it looks like over the course of a day. Whether that is that data available for traffic analysis?
As a professional traffic engineer, I would not utilize Google data. There are multiple reasons for it. Because Google can show me a green color on my roadway segment at 7 p.m. What does that tell me? Is it a 40-second delay? Is it a 20-second delay? Or is it a 10-second delay? Google does not differentiate once it gets into green. It has only 3 or 4 color identification. Green, yellow, golden, and red.
Right.
I'm sorry, we're getting towards 10 o'clock, and we've got more to do. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm just, I guess one of my question is how prescriptive are we trying to be here? I mean, I think, to me, you read the report, there's data to back up that you could put lights in all these things, and so it's really a question of prioritization of what we do. And my question is, how prescriptive do we want to be? Do we want to give them a formula? Do we need to recommend to the council that they should use a formula, or should we tell them we think you should have a formula, but we would like people, professionals, to come up with that recommendation, or do we want to do that? That's what
I get what the council saying, but what the council would say is the prioritization of this committee is an input for the council consideration.
Right.
So we need to prioritize.
Well, what I would say is that we don't have enough data to make those prioritizations, and it would be wrong to rely on us if it's rectally extracted. So so I suggested a rubric that and you know there. So we think the council needs to carefully decide with the advice from staff and outside consultants where the monies would be best spent, and if I, you know, and I think to the extent we can, for those 3 peak hours a day, it would be worth doing the multiplication of, you know, traffic, numbers of cars times delay, because that's probably to the extent that we're not talking about safety, we're talking about delays. Those are probably capturing a majority of the delay.
And I'll just add one last comment on that. You know, the fact that CEQA always focused on delay, CEQA never really considered delay to people to actually be an environmental impact. It was entirely based on the presumption that delay results in more air pollution. Under CEQA law, delay to people is a social impact, not an environmental impact. So a little bit of a side note, but relates to our next topic.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So have we provided the information you need? I mean, do we need to vote on anything on this more?
Well, it sounds to me that you're not ready to provide a recommendation in terms of priority, so if we can at least get a recommendation on installation.
I think here's a good recommendation. That we believe, based on the information provided, that that lights in this place make sense and should be among the lights considered. But can I also tag on, and in the interim, the staff shall look at whether you can create segregated right and left turn lanes on Emily and Elena.
That's a recommendation.
Yep.
Okay. So unless anyone objects, we can throw those two together in a single vote.
I do feel like we can make a recommendation based on the data we have. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can't take 5 and put them 1 through 5, but I can say, looking at the data, knowing what we see every day, Atherton's number 1, Atherton Avenue with Alvarez is number 1. And then I think next one is Watkins and Millfield. And last 2 are Emily and Elena. I don't know where Watkins is
Fair Oaks.
Fair Oaks is the one that I don't, you know, the data says that's there, and it's probably the same as Watkins, but
well, look, we haven't reached the end of the list, and that would be the most logical place to attempt to prioritize if we're gonna. But I mean, I think they've made a fair case for the existence of for there being you know, lights being warranted there. So, are we okay with voting? I mean, yes on doing that if the council and staff recommend it.
I'm not sure what you just proposed.
Okay, so let's do 2 sets.
What I heard was the council. He thinks, as a council member, he thinks the council would like us to recommend a priority, and so I'm trying to see if we can get agreement on that. It sounds like you're saying no, you're not ready to make that agreement. You're not ready to make a recommendation
on priorities. No, I mean, sorry. I think it's easy to see that Alameda and Atherton Avenue should be the highest priority, and I mean both in terms of accidents as well as the delay and solvability. But with respect to the rest, I have a hard time prioritizing based on what you said.
I do have an opinion. I think that we should. I can say yes. The executive report, the reports are valid, signalization is warranted, and then maybe we can do high, medium, and low. But I do think that it is our job. I think that's why the council appointed us to make recommendations, and I think they would like us to make some sort of, this is prioritized, and I'm very comfortable with
Do
that.
keep in mind that these will be put in over a series of years. So I would caution us against basically doing a kind of decision based on very limited information when we have a meeting every 2 months and prioritization can come much later on because the prioritization of the numbers 2 through n are, there's no rush to
I'm sure it will
do
be
that.
reevaluated. I'm sure that, traffic may change and the towns, a bunch of people will come and complain about some other intersection. So I have.
These recommendations here are not based on.
For a reason, I assume.
But these are not these recommendations are not based on complaints.
I know. I'm just saying they did these reports they asked for these reports to be done, so I don't know. That's my opinion.
But do you feel, based on these reports, that you could prioritize at 10 p.m.?
My reading of the reports and my driving around town, I think I can do some sort of prioritization. Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's set forever, but yes.
Should we do a secret poll where everyone ranks 1 through 5 and then see how the numbers line up? Because I think it's unlikely that they would. And look, part of the issue is that it's late and there's not urgency for the prioritization. There's urgency for the guidance of staff, what staff needs to do next. But since it's not like the construction crew is out back and ready to start digging. It'll be a long time frame for these things to actually get put in, and half of these, require approvals from Menlo Park and whatever. So, I think the important things for us to discuss are, those things that make no sense, we take off the table. Those things that where the staff should do more work, then they do that work. And I don't think we should make knee-jerk decisions.
Yes. We're not making a decision. We're making a recommendation that the county is going to advise to. Based upon the amount of money, how much they spend on this.
As a council member, to talk, I think we're probably not really at an impasse, but we're talking at different wavelengths. So I think you need to step in here to kind of channel this towards where the agenda is supposed to go.
I think your general plan update would be a good place to include a prioritization matrix and consider the method you proposed and what other methods might be suggested. But that would be a good place to put it. Ultimately, the general plans generally have a very long list of potential improvements, and they'll generally divide them up into short-term, high priority, longer-term, lower priority, and so forth. So that'd be a good place to do it.
I think it counts for some sense of priority from this committee, because this stuff comes up in a budget process, and we're looking through it. And staff's incorporating these thoughts as it's prioritizing,
And can council wait for 2 months, or would it be the priority now?
What are we going to find? What is going to be given to us in 2 months that's going to change? We've read through the materials, we've heard the presentation, we're doing it. I'm not sure what
I'm not familiar with the amount of delay multiplied by the number of cars. In other words, to the quantification of how bad one intersection is versus another. Without that, I feel like I'd be blind, and it'd be an arbitrary decision.
I'm looking at the delays. I drive around the town. It's like the traffic problem is out. If you prioritize the things that are here, and you said it, it's clearly Atherton Avenue. We all acknowledge is bad. We're all sitting there questioning what's going on. Why we would even do this. You're suggesting maybe we solve the problem with Valparaiso with just a couple lanes. Middlefield's a big problem. And so if you want to bucket, you and I seem to be about the same. It's like the ones on Valparaiso are lower priority in our view. Atherton's a high priority, and the other ones are in the middle. Can we not even get to that layer, or is it you're just like they're all the same?
Well,
And
if
we
that's
can also
useful.
base it, and to be honest, we can also base it on the average daily traffic that we have, right? We exactly know that Middlefield is having the maximum cars pass through. So we can just base it on that too. Even if I do that delay multiplied by the vehicles, again, it is going to lead to the same thing, because when I look at Valparaiso, the number of cars using Valparaiso is not comparable to Alameda de la Pulgas or Middlefield. So again, it will be Middlefield, Alameda de la Pulgas, and then Valparaiso.
Okay, so I think we can all agree that the Valparaiso lights are the lowest priority. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. So that's there's some
Does
guidance.
the answer to the Middlefield question too? Because it sounds like
No. Well, sorry, so it's higher, but there still is the question of whether what to do, what's being recommended, and whether to do it.
Right, so let's go through that. Middlefield Road and Glenwood Avenue, we are proposing a northbound left restriction from Middlefield Road onto Glenwood, only in AM peak period. Signalization of the intersection, there are 2 intersections, we did run the signal warrants, they meet. So we are recommending Middlefield Road and Fair Oaks Lane to be signalized, and Middlefield Road and Watkins to be signalized. Adjust signal timing to meter the traffic if that's the option, if you guys want to go with that, so that we can platoon the traffic through Middlefield and out of our town through the 3 intersections that I have listed, Fair Oaks, Marsh, and Oak Grove. And then definitely we need to relook into retiming of Middlefield intersections, because it has been a while since the coordination has been done, so we need to do that.
Encinal will be in there too. Platooning through Encinal.
Encinal's between.
That's signalized too.
Yes, no, but this is what we are recommending.
No, I know, but if you're gonna platoon it.
Yes, if we platoon it, then we platoon all the signals.
You gotta have Encinal in there, right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, the number one, the top one, back to the reason for this, the Glenwood term, which obviously, in fact, this is to try to discourage the cut through.
Yes. And if we go back to the previous discussion, and if you don't like that, then probably that's.
Well, I mean, this is where I really take my bias away. I live on that street, and that would be great for me, but I'm just kind of against the idea in general.
And to keep the impact low, that's the reason we are just saying AM peak period, because that's the time when residents kind of don't go, like they don't come in, they actually go out. Same thing with the other street. Yeah, but it's totally on you.
I think it's the the old golden rule: do not do unto others that which you would find hateful to yourself.
Yeah.
And so I think I appreciate your subverting your own interest as a greater society. So
you can take the vote, right?
At the same time, I would like to
On each one.
I think we need to change some of the laws in Sacramento to allow for people with radar guns with cameras to be able to, for any citizen and concerned citizens to stand out there. And anyway, that's another story. Okay, so so you're suggesting 2 new lights, and well, first let's go through these in order. So the turn lane restriction on Glenwood, that's really just that's not to create safety, that's to have less cut through.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so can we agree that that's not a priority?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, that's agreed. And then so the signalization of Fair Oaks, had to. Are there any? I mean, there's not a whole lot of pros and cons that I've heard. Are there any downsides that ought to be considered?
We definitely can have signal at Fair Oaks Lane because that is the first intersection through our town. So if we want to do that metering thing that I was talking about previously, then that is the point where we want to start, because between Marsh and Fair Oaks, you don't have that much room to stack any traffic. So that's one thing. Watkins, the reason we want to signalize it is because now if you take Middlefield north-south, then your northbound left, they don't get enough opportunity to make that left turn, and we have heard that today multiple number of times. So if we do that,
situations where there are lights like every 100 yards, how well can you synchronize these? I mean, this is going to be a nightmare, and for 500,
so you
for
can.
$500,000.
I mean, actually, you can synchronize them. That isn't technologically. I don't think that's the challenge.
No, but with the amount of traffic there's no point synchronizing because everybody will be just on a standstill there.
the reason we synchronize it is, say for example, if your gateway is Fair Oaks or if your gateway is Marsh, then if we are letting in 50 cars through Middlefield as your corridor, then you want to make sure that those 50 cars that enter through that point get out of your town in single platoon. So that actually gives you an opportunity to find that gaps that other minor streets are not able to find, the gap to merge in the traffic. And you're metering them at outside, so you're not just letting a gush of traffic go through.
The challenge you're going to see is that there are no other streets. There's Watkins, and then there's
So
Marsh.
what will happen in that case, that if there is the traffic, internal traffic that is using that roadway segment, they will still stay on. But once the people who are using it as a cut through, they come to know that, this is not my place, it's just taking me the same time as I would ride through 101, they will just move back to 101.
As long as you have to synchronize the lights all the way through. Past Oak Grove, past the high school, is the only way it works.
So you are creating more delay. You're creating more delay for the cut-through traffic and not for the people living within the town of Atherton. You're giving them more room to find that gap and make the turn. But you're creating more delay at your gateways by just metering only the traffic that you can pass through your town. So once they keep on incurring that delay daily basis, they will go back to 101.
No, so my point is it's
Or
all
El Camino.
pass-through traffic on Watkins. There's no cut-through traffic. It's like the same people that want to go through Oak Grove to get to 101, and somebody's working at Safeway in Menlo Park, and they need to get to 101.
Right. So so this will benefit the people coming out of Watkins and going into Watkins. What it is not going to benefit is people who are using Middlefield as a pass-through. So the through traffic will be impacted.
Sorry, the reason why I'm holding this up is there's just that lights, once you install them and you spend a lot of money, once you install them and then you realize that this is a bad idea, you can't change it. But if there is some other device that kind of makes it, if this doesn't work, we can try something else.
Just to be clear, it sounded like you just said, by putting these lights in, you're not going to improve the pass-through traffic speed on Middlefield.
Pass-through cut-through. Wrong choice of word. The cut-through traffic that is going through, we are going to reduce that.
You're going to reduce
what would
the delay.
Yeah. What would cause the cut-through traffic to be reduced?
We'll have to we would have to create more delay at those gateway intersections.
Oh, you want to create delay?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think, I for one, am not bought into the notion of trying to improve